One, two, hello. Hi, bird nerds. Let's just ease into this. I have the fantastic Southern Royal Albatross behind me, courtesy of the amazing Steph Burrell, who provided me with that photo that I've turned into the backdrop here. And that was South Georgia Island, I believe. I must check that with Steph because I keep saying it. Hello, Facebook. I wonder, is that you, Naomi? How are you? If it is, we just let everything run through. Oh, here we go. They're coming in now. More Facebook. Hello. Welcome. Let me know who's here. If you're new, I'm guessing. Hello, Naomi. Yes, that is you. Very good. Did any of you see the story that Deb had shared on Twitter early this morning from ABC in Tasmania about the permit to cull black swans on behalf of a trout farm? I don't know if you've seen it. I've sent off an email. Actually, a couple of emails. I've sent off an email to the operators of the farm, and I've sent an email to the department down there in charge of issuing the permits to try and find out if anyone will talk to me about that. So we'll just wait and see, maybe in the next day or so. Naomi, there's a draft email going out about the glossy black cockatoo clearing, that petition. So chasing that up tomorrow. There's a fair bit happening. I must add, or I'll let you know that in the last couple of days, I've sent a lot of emails out about potential guests for running up, back half of January, getting away from the replays and obviously having new guests in store with the format that I talked about a bit yesterday. And so far, just about every email is coming back with a automated reply. Hi, I'm on leave at the moment, or I'm out of the office until the such and such. So we'll just see how long that takes. Has anyone been using Twitter this morning, or in the last 12 hours? Tell me how your experience has been. I can't attach anything to tweets. The things that I thought that I had sent out there today don't seem to have gone anywhere. I can't find tweets I did last night and early this morning in the feed, but I can find some others. It's a higgledy-piggledy hodgepodge. So let me tell you, while we're just waiting we'll just keep waiting a minute or two for things to come in. Hello, there's more coming in. Hi, YouTube. So today, David Tan is a PhD candidate. Las Vegas? I can't remember. But he's a Singapore native, but he's studying in the US now, and his PhD has basically been on pitters, and he's particularly interested in the idea of what's happening with bird strike in causing the deaths of billions of birds in all of the major flyways of the world, but David's work is particularly about the East Asian Australasian flyway that, some pitters move from Australia through into other parts of Southeast Asia, whereas some of them are moving from New Guinea, the different maybe eastern areas of New Guinea, Indonesia, and moving up through Malaysia, Thailand, Yeah, so that's the first one. The second one, light pollution. So it's a major problem from the man-built environment, and its effect on seabirds. I chatted with Ariel Heswall, who is also a PhD candidate in Auckland, and her interest is seabirds. And the problem is becoming immense. It's not only, it's every car park, right? At every train station, every bus terminal, every shopping centre, every fast food restaurant, every rest stop, on every road, every car park along every footpath that people use for recreation, that people go jogging along early at night, everywhere people play tennis or netball or anything in the evenings. So that includes for all different cultures, table tennis and whatnot. It includes people who are, regularly doing events at function centres using gardens and spotlighting advertising signs. And the problem is immense. But it's even worse than that. All those fishing boats and every cargo vessel has navigation lights. And these things are attracting birds. And they attract them, they get disoriented, and not all species navigate the same way. They get lost. A bird that is lost hundreds, thousands of kilometres from where they're trying to get to is likely to die. So continuing the good news, tomorrow I'll be replaying the conversation I had with Jen Lavers and Alex and Lillian and, it's going to kill me. And Anita, I think, from the Adrift Lab, which is based out of the University of Tasmania, but they've been doing a longitudinal study of the flesh-footed shearwaters on Lord Howe Island, and they spoke to me about the effects of plastic pollution on seabirds on that particular colony, and it's pretty horrifying. So that will be the first up tomorrow, and I think then we'll talk about something that I haven't surfaced on the through the podcast yet. I spoke with a fellow called Bennett Hennessy, who works with the American Bird Conservancy in Bolivia. I think that's where he's based. But we're talking about a bird which is really specialised in the altitudinal level that it lives, but also the specific type of habitat that it requires. And it's this, 14 kilometres long, I think, was the strip of land we're talking about, and only a couple of kilometres, might have, in some spaces, only a couple of 100 metres wide. It's a bird called the Ariape manakin. It's a stunning-looking bird. So we'll play some clips of the bird tomorrow. I'll try and get clearance to play some videos of it too, because it's a stunning bird. But it's in Brazil. And that interview is quite long, so we'll see how the energy levels are going tomorrow. Now, I was wondering, would any of you like to give me a little bit of assistance in some way? Which it shouldn't be. It's not a difficult ask, but I'm seeking a bit of assistance because I'm always running out of time to get things done. And what I would like is, if you are ever going through the channel and watching past videos, you'll see that I'll just check that it's on there. I can't actually see it on... maybe it's not set up for this channel. I'll make it set up if it's not. I can't actually see the option. I'll set it up after today's stream. But there'll be a little scissors icon at the bottom of the menu bar with the full screen and all those kind of things, where you can clip parts. What I'd like you to do is clip out anything that you think is interesting, fun, controversial, important, anything that I can turn into a little clip and share. And you're all welcome to share them too. Because as I was discussing yesterday with you, the actual podcast is going nuts. Like, it's just going phenomenally well. And I'm attributing that to the people on Mastodon who are... they're hardcore bird nerds, which I love. And I think that'll really grow once Photography Friday kicks in. And Tour Guide Thursday, no doubt. But I need to be able to surface what I'm doing more visually, this stuff, and the interview portions of what we're doing. And I need to be able to share those. And I just don't have... I don't have the time generally, especially when I'm trying to negotiate with people, finding appropriate times and trying to research so I can prepare for new interviews. And I've got... There's 80 something podcasts that are released. There's a lot more videos that are there because there's quite a few that haven't been put into the pod feed yet. There's all the bonus stuff. So yeah, there's lots and lots. So that's my request of you good folk. If you find yourself watching back the back catalogue, so that would be great. Now, would you like me to get on with it? I feel like I have to get on with it. I've been watching with interest this morning what's been going on in the US, where they haven't been able to actually elect a speaker for their House of Representatives. Very, very interesting. And what else? Apart from that news with the black swans and the glossy cockatoos, thank you, Naomi, for that heads up. There was something else. It'll come to me. Okay, I'm going to run this. I'm not sure how much of a preamble David and I had, but we did have a lot of fun in this conversation, and it's wide-ranging. We talk a bit about the evolutions of birds and songbirds, and certainly got off the track a little bit, but it was fun, and I think David's a pretty cool dude. So let's go. And of course, you know how it's done. If you've got something you want to say, or a question, a comment, just pop it in the in the chat box or the chat. Oh, and I just saw Twitch have just arrived. Great. I'm going to be changing it up a little bit so that for Twitch, and I'll see how I can integrate it with all the platforms. But we're going to get away from this sort of boring look and try and incorporate some of the things that Twitch people are more familiar with using OBS. So I'll drag OBS into StreamYard so it's still easy for me to bring comments in from everywhere and share the screen in a better way. But yeah, don't worry, Twitch. We won't be this boring forever. It just takes a lot of time to get it developed into the workflow so you can deal with things on the fly. So we're getting there. Okay, I'll change my little visuals. There we are. I'll put David and I on full screen, and we'll just get going. Do you notice that there's a little bit less of me nowadays than there was in these videos? And also we've switched the camera up just a tad, and that's about to happen too. So you're going to get sharper images, and hopefully the internet gods are with us today, not like yesterday. Okay, I'm here. Oh, do you need the banner? Do you need the banner for people to tell me where I am? Let's edit this one. The first is David Tan. I'll just put this in. I should put the music on, shouldn't I? David Tan discussing bird strike. This is for when people pop in and they don't know what the hell's going on. I think you guys are probably used to me by now. I'm loving that more people are coming in too. Thanks for spending the time, because yeah. Hey, are you working at the same time or something? Like, that's what I used to do. I'd have a stream going on one monitor, or I'd be watching YouTube video replays or something. Let me know. I'm interested. Sorry, nearly there. Heswall about light pollution with seabirds. Here we are. And then people can, at least if they dip their then they'll at least know why there's a head there not doing much. There we go. Scroll up across the bottom. Put it on. Comment. That's good. Oh, g'day, Stan. Fantastic. So Stan's back. Stan, what did I wanted to tell you? I wanted to tell you. Actually, I wanted to get some extra information from you about the little task about your plants. Oh, good, Naomi. Good, you're working too. I like that. Stan, is you can just tell me so I can get back to it, because it's sort of one of the projects that's open on the screen. Do you have a height limit? Like, am I limited to 2.5 or meters or 1 meter on your? It was a bit difficult to get a good idea. Or do you want to send me some more shots, maybe side profile shots of the areas that you want to put some new plants in? Because the aerial shot it's good, leaves it to my imagination. But yeah, I wouldn't mind a little bit more guidance so that I'm doing the right thing for you. Okay, here we go. Here's me and David. It's the Bird Emergency, the show where I get to speak to people who are
Loud enough for you?
far more expert in the ways of birds than I. I'm Grant Williams. I am a bird nerd. And today I am speaking to David Tan, who is doing
Thanks,
a
Stan.
PhD.
I got
on
that message.
The evolution of pitters. Now, anybody who's into bird photography knows about pitters. Somebody who lives in Australia, like I do, knows about pitters, because we've got a couple that people love to go and try and find and photograph. But David is not only going to talk to us about the amazing pitters, David's also really interested in the issue of bird strikes. And David's a native of Singapore, which, like the east coast of Australia, is on the East Asian Flyway. So there's lots of migratory birds that come down to Australia, down to New Zealand, down to the sub-Antarctic, who use the East Asian Flyway. So we're going to be talking about migratory birds, bird strike, and pitters. Hey, David, how are you? Thanks for
I'm
joining
good.
us.
Well, thank you for having me, Grant. Halfway across the world.
Yes, well, there we go. I mentioned you're a Singapore native, but you
Mhm.
are doing your PhD at the University of New Mexico. So, uh, just tell us how you got to New Mexico. What made you choose that program instead of studying ornithology in Singapore?
Well, to be fair, I did also get a PhD offer from the University of Tasmania, but that was to study seabirds. And if you ask me to choose between seabirds and birds of the forest, it's always going to be the forest for me. I mean, New Mexico is sort of part of this sort of the American Southwest, where there's a whole bunch of universities with very strong ornithology programs. And the reason why I'm here in New Mexico is because there's a lab here that I'm part of that does a lot of work on island biogeography, which is a topic that's really close to my heart, coming from an island myself, like Singapore. So a lot of the work we do actually touches on the bird diversity that's very close to Australia, from the Solomon Islands to Fiji to Samoa. Um, Anywhere in the South Pacific, we're very interested in, because these are all natural laboratories of bird evolution, and it's a really exciting part of the world to be looking at, right? And it's sort of really where the theory of island biogeography really originated from, from Wallacea in Indonesia all the way out into the Solomon Islands. So that's why I'm here in New Mexico. But a lot of my work focuses on specifically the pittas, which, as you mentioned, a lot of photographers, a lot of bird watchers would doubtless be really, really familiar with. Some of the most, I think, objectively speaking, the most beautiful birds on earth. I will brook no argument about this. Objectively speaking, they are the most spectacular and wonderful birds on earth. And the surprising thing is we don't really know much about them, right? There have been a few studies from the early 2000s, from the mid 2000s, looking at their evolution. But by and large, their evolution continues to remain a mystery. For example, just last year, my previous supervisor, Frank Ryan, just split out elegant pitta into 3 different species. Right?
Well, that the the um, the curse of the bird watcher, but also one of the things that list makers love, because then
Absolutely.
maybe they've got three new or two new species without ever having to leave the comfort of their home.
That's
Hey,
right. And
David,
yeah.
sorry, can I just get you to explain for a second, for those who might be watching who are not um, evolutionary biologists or whatnot, Wallacea. Tell us about Wallacea.
Oh, God, what a part of the world. So Wallacea is the part sort of east of Borneo and then west of Papua New Guinea. So it's this part of the world that's sort of wedged in between 2 large continents, right? On the western side, you have Asia and Borneo and Java and Sumatra and Southeast, sort of low, what we call lowland Southeast Asia. Now that part of the world was once in a single continent. Even though today, Singapore, Malaysia, Borneo, Sumatra, and Java are separate islands, about 10,000 years ago, sea levels were a lot lower than they were today, right? In fact, about 115,000 years ago, sea levels were about 120 meters below present day sea levels. And because of that, sea levels dropped. And so all these land masses were sort of merged into a single landmass that was part of Asia, right? And obviously on the eastern side in Australia, you have the Sahul Shelf that separates Australia from Papua New Guinea. And also during this period of time when sea levels were fluctuating like crazy and they were going up and down and up, mostly down, really, Papua New Guinea and Aru and all those islands and surrounding that area were once linked to Australia. So if I go from Queensland to Australia, a lot of the birds we're going to see are actually quite similar. Right, you have the only Australian species of bird of paradise up in Queensland. You have cassowaries, you have Australasian robins, the Petroica robins as well. So Wallacea, on the other hand, right, is surrounded by all these deep water channels. Wallace's Line is one particular channel that separates Wallacea from Asia. And so because of these deep water channels, not all the birds, that originated from Asia or from Australia could make their way onto Wallacea, right? For example, cassowaries don't make their way into Wallacea because cassowaries can't fly. Emus can't fly, so they obviously couldn't make their way into Australia, into Wallacea as well. So Wallacea is a very unusual part of the world, right? Where you see sort of the blending of the Australian and the Asian biotas. You know, as you transition from Asia through Wallacea into Australia, you start to realize that woodpeckers become less and less. There are fewer and fewer species of woodpeckers. On the other side, there are fewer and fewer marsupials, and so you see that there is a really interesting sort of natural laboratory of evolution in Wallacea because of these islands. Many of which are quite small, some of which are quite large, like Sulawesi and Halmahera. A lot of birds are evolving in isolation, and you get this amazing diversity of birds and other organisms, of course, right, in the Wallacean Islands, including the elegant pitta, which, is a really cool bird.
Yeah, it's great seeing your passion when you're nerding out about the evolutionary biology of the area. What got you interested in the evolution of the families of the birds that live in the well, I want to call it the Asian region, but it's technically incorrect, isn't it, when we are talking
Australasian, right? The broader realm. Well, I mean, I'm from Singapore, so obviously I grew up seeing all these birds around me. I see, fantails, whistler. Well, whistlers not so much in Singapore, but a lot of you see some species that for some reason have made it into Asia from Australia, right? Things like the golden-bellied garigony, which is Acanthizidae. It's a weird name, Acanthizidae, or what? It's the only representative of that clade, which is primarily Australian, that's in Southeast Asia. Fantails, like willy wagtails that you see in Perth, down at Kings Park, right? The bulk of the radiation is in Wallacea, it's in Australia, but some species make their way into Southeast Asia. Fruit doves, huge diversity of fruit doves out, by your way, and we only get 1-2 species out in Southeast Asia. So it's a really cool sort of pattern that we observe, right? That, not all species are evenly distributed, and you see this geographical structuring of species across space. It's really quite remarkable.
Can I interrupt you there for a minute? Something's just popped into my head. You're obviously interested a lot in the dispersal and the evolutionary pathways of these families that are so well known in Australia, and obviously less so in the Northern Hemisphere. What is your take on the evolution of birdsong and songbirds?
Right.
Are you on board with the theory that it began in Australia and
100%
headed out? Yep.
So I actually had the privilege of reading Tim Lowe's book, Where Song Began. Tim Lowe, an eminent Australian biologist who wrote this book about, how song began in Australia and spread out across the world. And by and large, the biogeographical evidence seems to point in that direction, that, most of the songbird lineages that we see today, the robins and the flycatchers and the crows and the starlings, what have you, must have come out of Australia, right? And then diversified across the whole world. And this is why actually pittas are especially interesting, because pittas are not part of that evolutionary history. Pittas are subausine passerines, they're subausine songbirds, meaning that their closest relatives are things like the broadbills, the tyrant flycatchers of South America. And this means that they must have emerged from Gondwanaland, right? Gondwanaland in the past would have comprised of bits of Antarctica, large chunks of Australia and New Zealand, bits of South Africa, and bits of South America, right? And so the first wave of songbirds emerging from Gondwanaland would have come out of South America and Africa. And that's sort of the radiation that the pittas are part of. It was only after Australia probably broke off from, or Gondwanaland sort of started to fragment, that these sort of the true songbirds, the Aussine passerines, started to emerge from Australia out through Southeast Asia, most likely, through Asia, and then diversified across the world. So I think, this is a really, really cool sort of part of our history that I don't think enough people really appreciate. Australia to me is the noisy continent, right? Because it is a really noisy continent. I mean, Australians aside, the birds are also really noisy, and I'm fully on board with this idea, right? And the evidence does seem to hold out as well that really what we know of songbirds suggests that they may have all originated from Australia. That the motherland of song is Australia.
Well, I'm glad I could get that one in. I'm hoping one day to be able to speak to Tim Lowe. Yeah, it's a fabulous book. I really enjoyed it, and
everyone should read it. It's a very well written book.
Yeah. It seemed like a controversial idea, and particularly the colonial history of, and I'm talking about the human and sociological history of so many of the communities in Southeast Asia and Australia and New Zealand, kind of meant that the idea that songbirds that had been romanticised in the poetry that we learnt at school and all those historical dramas that we watched on TV and all that as kids, was actually a load of bunkum, that it came from our whistlers and our wagtails and whatnot, and went out. So that's beautiful, beautiful thing. David, I have to ask you, growing up in Singapore, when did you become a bird nerd, and when did you sort of get the bug? Tell us about being a bird nerd in Singapore, which was highly urbanised, and we sort of think everyone's going to be a computer nerd, game geek or something.
Well, I mean, the sort of the urbanized nature of Singapore actually makes it all the more interesting, right? So I started bird watching when I was 11, 12 years old. It was, I caught the bug fairly early on. Although these days there are kids starting out bird watching from the ages of 9 or 8, and they terrify me because they're better bird watchers than I am, even at that wee age. But no, I mean, where I started looking at birds was that a bird showed up in school. This was in primary school, that looked really, really weird, and it was building a nest in school, right in the middle of a city. And it turned out it was a weaver. It was probably a streaked weaver or an Asian golden weaver. It's the first time I'd ever seen something of the sort. And yeah, it's one weird spark bird. A friend of mine had also taken up bird watching around the same time. So we decided, let's just wander around looking for birds. And, you start to realize, once you actually start looking, that there's a lot around you. Singapore is very urbanized, but there are still patches of forest, there are still patches of mangrove. But even within the city, because Singapore is within the tropical belt, you do get lots and lots of interesting birds, not just living in the area, but also passing through. And so, yeah, I mean, it's very similar story for most bird watchers, but coming from a big city, coming from a part of the world where Singapore is much more renowned for its urban areas than it is its forests. It is still a testament to the fact that there is still a lot of biodiversity left behind in whatever forest remnants are left, but also the fact that cities could potentially be very interesting places for nature as well.
So, David, is your bird nerd's friend from school still a bird nerd?
Very much so, and he's a million times better at bird watching than I am. A terrible, terrible bird watcher. It's blind as a bat. Can't remember songs for nuts, but birds are cool. Bird watching is still nonetheless a very enjoyable hobby, and I think that really should be the heart and the core of it.
Dead set. That's absolutely correct. Now, let's get onto pitters. What's amazing about pitters, and what is the basis of your theme of study for the PhD?
Right. So, I mean, I talked previously about how pitters are evolutionarily very, very interesting, right? They are a part of this old radiation, this lineage of birds that probably, as far as we know, emerged from Africa. That's why there are still two species of pitter left in Africa, the African pitter and the green-breasted pitter. And, would have followed the broad bills out of Africa and then diversified in this major way in Asia. And the funny thing is, one of the closest relative to the old world subarsines, so the broadbills and the pitters, is the Sapayoa, which is found in South America. How it got there, nobody knows. So the subarcines are a group that inspires so much joy.
Let me ask you about how you think it went. The Pitters and their close relatives were in Gondwana.
Gondwanaland, that's right.
Yep. So
the southern continent.
And so that the populations of those families were probably dispersed because of the way evolution happens, and that when the continents shifted, you had a couple left in Africa, the bulk of them left in what became Australia, and a fringe group stuck on South America. Is that how you see it has happened, or do you think that they've got back into South America after the breakup of the continents and the dispersal of these families over millions of years?
It's probably really complex, but I mean, we the evidence we have suggests that Sapayoa may have been a secondary recolonization of South America, as we have seen with a whole bunch of other birds as well, right? You have some of these weird families that are primarily New World, but yet you have one or two species in Asia, probably because of super long range dispersal. So, for example, the shrike babblers of Asia, the white-bellied apornis, they're actually vireos, and vireos are fundamentally a South American clade. But as far as the evidence seems to suggest, right, as Gondwanaland broke off, you had one group of birds that was stuck in South America, one group of birds that was stuck in South Africa or in the southern part of the African continent, and then you had the rest of the songbirds sort of going about their merry way in Australia. Right, some of the sort of the oldest lineages of songbirds are in Australia and New Zealand. Right, the rifleman, the rifleman of and the New Zealand wrens, things like also the lyrebird of Australia are one of the older sort of lineages of songbirds, right? And so and we say a small remnant of these songbirds that were left in South America. They are today one of the largest radiations of songbirds in the world. The tyrant flycatchers, the ovenbirds, the phanariates, huge radiation of these subarcine songbirds in South America, and they are a really old radiation of songbirds that would have come from Gondwanaland at some point in the past.
That's great hearing you geek out so much about.
Oh God, I love birds. I love birds. Yeah.
So, how in Singapore as a kid, what were the places that you went to look at birds apart from just in your home patch, in your home block? Where did you head out, and how difficult was it as a kid to go bird watching?
Well, I mean, I'm not rich, so I live in an apartment block, and so I don't technically have a home patch because, in my immediate area, it's mostly the same old garden birds. It's a couple of sunbirds, a couple of orioles, the usual miners and crows. But and this is actually the big contrast with living now in the US. Singapore has a pretty decent public transport system, and so getting around wasn't so hard. You have urban parks, urban gardens, which have a certain variety of birds, but then you have the rainforest. You have some of these offshore islands like Pulau Ubin, which has pitters, spilling out everywhere. Every corner you have pitters these days. You have mangrove forests like Sungai Buloh, which I'm sure many Australian birders who've been to Singapore would be intimately familiar with, and so it is it's a matter of just going out and looking for birds. I think, and this is something I think all bird watchers really appreciate. It's that you can't wait for the birds to come to you. You have to go to the birds. And if you make an effort, there will be birds near or far, so long as you put in some effort. So, and that's the story of Singapore.
Yeah. So Singapore is a country of how many million now?
Now I think coming close to 6 million people on a landmass that is, a fraction the size of Australia. Obviously, it's a really small island.
So, off the top of your head, what's the area, the square the square footage of
I think about
of
400.
Singapore.
I can look it up. Hang on. Just
No,
quickly.
don't. I'll bring it up on screen after looking up. But it's like for Australians. I mean, David, you've done some bird watching in Australia. I'm guessing now.
Here and there, yeah. I've only been to
So
Perth and Christmas Island, oddly enough.
okay, so well, Christmas Island is how big compared to Singapore?
Oh God, I can't even remember.
About 1/8 of the size of Singapore.
Perhaps, yeah.
Yeah.
The usual frame of reference I give for most international audiences is that Singapore is about the size of 4 New York boroughs. So it's
Okay.
just slightly
Okay. So
smaller than the entirety of New York City.
yeah. So New York is 4/5 approximately the size of Singapore.
Yeah, thereabouts. So it's a really small island, but the benefit is that everything's very compact. So if you visit Singapore for bird watching, you can more or less bird the whole island in 2 days. If you really, put the pedal to the metal and you just jet around the country in the car.
And if you're ticking off a list, if someone
Right.
went to Singapore for 2 days and was dedicated to go birding and not shopping, what would be a good number? And
Ooh.
is it seasonable? Seasonal?
Well, it is very much seasonal, right? You want to be coming during the migration season when you can get things like blue-winged pittas in an urban park, hooded pittas in an urban park. So the total number of species is about 400. People doing big years tend to come very close to 300. So maybe about 100 to 200 species will be a good sort of ballpark to tick off. If you're visiting Singapore in 2 days, 150 will be very respectable. You'll
Wow.
have to bird really, really, really hard. But I know many Australian birders, and they're some of the most intense birders I've ever met in my life. I'm sure that's reasonable. Obviously you want to be hitting up as many habitats as you can, from the rocky shore to the muddy shore to the tropical rainforest to the mangrove forest to the trashiest urban parks, where who knows what you might find.
That's uh, that's astounding, isn't it? To think that in a couple of days you're going to maybe tick off 100, 150 species.
100, let's say
And
100. 150
yeah,
is a bit ambitious, but yeah.
that is astounding. Okay, let's talk about migration season.
Oh
When is
yes.
it, and what's moving through Singapore?
Right. So Singapore lies at this choke point in the East Asian Australasian Flyway, right? We get birds mostly coming down from East Asia. So um, mostly following the coastline, coming down. Some of them don't come as far south as Singapore. Some of them stop, near Thailand. But by and large, most of the migrants that we observe coming through, for the shorebirds, it's going to be the usual red shanks and green shanks. A lot of them will obviously go all the way further down to Broome, which is the big, big staging ground for all these wintering shorebirds. We will have a bunch of godwits here and there, Terex sandpipers, and the terrestrial migrants will be getting all these flycatchers: Asian brown flycatcher, brown-chested jungle flycatcher, yellow rump flycatcher, which are migrating from probably South China, maybe even further north in, sort of the eastern seaboard of China. And there's going to be other kinds of this year, for example, we've had some pretty impressive views of Himalayan griffon, which probably came from the South Asian subcontinent and down into Singapore. 2 years ago, we had this incredible eruption of Asian open-billed storks coming down from Thailand as well. So migration in Singapore is a really cool event, and there are always going to be surprises, because who knows, right, what weather patterns or climatic patterns further north of Singapore could just drive down into Singapore. And it's really, really fascinating. So we get all these thrushes as well. A Siberian blue robin, which is actually a flycatcher, not a thrush. Eyebrow thrush. Siberian thrush is extremely rare, but we do get them once in a while. And of course the pittas, which are actually not really long range migrants, right? Hooded pitta breeds sort of in the foothills of the Himalayas, all the way into southern China. Blue-winged pitta, which is the sort of the main migrating pitta that comes from Singapore, breeds in Indochina, so in sort of northern parts of Thailand. And they take this sort of short-range migration down into Singapore. So it's a really exciting place to look for migrants. And once in a while, some of these weird northern species will show up. It's a lot of fun.
What is the best time for
Ooh.
somebody who's coming to do some uh, ticking off on their life list?
Right.
When should they look at coming into Singapore?
So from what we know, and part of this comes from dead birds, which we haven't talked about yet, the peak movement of migrants happens in this 1 or 2 week window in sort of mid to early October. That's when a lot of dead birds will show up, and that tells us that that's really when this huge wave of migrants are passing through. So unfortunately, right, if you come at different segments of the migration season, you're probably going to see different things because not all the migrants appear at the same time. But October is usually a good month to sort of come through because a lot of these migrants are just winging their way through. Unfortunately, that means also that a lot of the migrants that are seen may not last for very long, right? But right now in February, I'm just getting my eBird alerts, and there's so many unusual migrants hanging around. There's currently a von Schrenk's bittern hanging around somewhere in Singapore as well. We get all 4 Asian species of bittern. We don't get the Australasian bittern, unfortunately. And they migrate through, and they usually, because they're migrants, they're sometimes found in the oddest of habitats, in an urban park, in a canal. And so, yeah, if you come at different times, you're going to see slightly different composition of species. The earlier you are in the migration season, so around October, you're going to get the main wave of birds coming through. And this also applies for the shorebirds, because not all the shorebirds hang around in Singapore for very long. So sometimes you get the odd sanderling, phalaropes. Phalaropes hardly ever seen, but there is a chance they might show up. And you're going to get all these lesser sand plovers still in partial breeding plumage. Once in a while, a greater sand plover might show up as well. And a lot of them are going to be winging south towards Sumatra. Some of them will probably end up in Australia as well.
Spoon-billed sandpipers. Have they
Oh,
popped
wow.
up?
Spoon-billed sandpiper. Last seen in Singapore, 1997. But we did have one individual that was tagged with a satellite chip, right, that made its way down East Asia, crossed over Malaysia, Peninsular Malaysia, didn't stop at all, and then ended up in northern Sumatra. That was, I think, Lime 7, right? That was part of a research project to track the movements of the spoon-billed sandpiper. So we were all really unhappy that it skipped over the peninsula, because if it had just landed in the peninsula, half of Singapore would have gone to chase that one poxy little bird. I'm sure of it, right? We had Nordman's greenshank in Malaysia a few years ago. We saw 2018, I believe. And Nordman's greenshank in Singapore has been quite rare, but it's been seen before. It's just that they don't really show up as often as we'd like. And you can't have everything.
No, well, you mentioned that your eBird alerts have been pinging off, so you're a pretty intense bird nerd. There's no doubt about that.
Well, the Americans infect you with eBird, and it doesn't go away. It's a long running disease.
All right. Well, you mentioned dead birds, and we're both admirers of the work of the Great Lakes correspondent for the Bird Emergency, Heidi Trudell, the dead bird girl. Let's talk about dead birds in Singapore.
So, I mean, this all started really in very similar fashion to Heidi Trudell. It's like, a dead bird shows up, someone writes about it, and I happened to hear about it, and I went to pick it up. I thought it was a one-off thing. It was a black-backed kingfisher, which is a short-range migrant that comes down from Thailand, from Indochina, and winters in Southeast Asia. Really spectacular-looking bird. One of the smallest kingfishers I've ever seen. It's really, really tiny, really colorful bird. And I thought, that's interesting, right? And at the time, I was an undergraduate, in Singapore. I was studying birds. Particularly, I was studying bird genetics. And so really, a dead bird is fantastic because it's got all its meat and all its tissues intact. And so I figured, all right, if this is happening out there, I'll just put out a notice on Facebook. And it's one of the rare positive uses of Facebook. Right? I put out a note on Facebook, made it public, and I said, "Hi, if you see a dead bird, here's my personal phone number. Call me. I'll come and pick it up.
Now,
And then
David,
the phone started ringing.
where did you find the kingfisher? What kind of building had it hit?
I can no longer remember about the kingfisher, but the first ever pitta I think I picked up hit a hotel in downtown Singapore, which I'm sure many of visiting Australians have stayed in before. I found, well, someone called me and said, "Hey, this is really colorful bird." They said it was a kingfisher, in a pond somewhere in Singapore. So I went there. It was at a hotel. I was at a water feature. It hit the window, the glass window or the glass facade, and just fallen straight into the pool. And it was a blueing pitta, and it was such a gorgeous looking bird. And from that one pitta, right, over 7 years, we picked up about 700 dead birds. And so we're nowhere near sort of the volume that the Americans are seeing, but nonetheless, we are still seeing a sizable number of birds knock into buildings. And from the data we've been collecting over the last 7 years, and eight going on 9 years now, it seems that pittas, especially blueing pittas and hooded pittas, are particularly susceptible to building collisions. And it's not something that I knew beforehand going into this. I didn't say, I'm just going to keep looking for pittas and record as many pittas as I can. It's like people see these things, they call me, and I just pick them up, right? And it turns out that pittas are what we call super colliders. They just, seek out glass and knock into it.
So, is your experience similar to what Heidi has told me before, that it's not the height of the building that is what makes them murderous? It's just the very presence of glass. So is your experience that it doesn't need to be what we think of a high-rise building to be a real death trap for migrating birds, that low rise and just medium density ordinary housing is a killer as well?
So this is actually a very complex topic. It's a topic that I've spent years now trying to wrangle with, because, right, obviously a lot of the knowledge we have about bird glass and bird building collisions in general come from the Americas. And there has hardly been any research done on this in our part of the world, in Asia, in Australia. I don't know of any studies coming out of Australia on this, actually, surprisingly enough. There were 2 studies coming out of Japan and Korea in the late 90s, and then there's this huge gap, this huge gaping hole. But by and large,
we're totally captured by the property development industry, so nobody's going to want to hear about it.
And the oil industry, to be fair, but but no. So we, and bearing in mind as well that the approach that I took with surveying these bird building collisions was very different from what the Americans have been doing. So the way the Americans do it, and it's also partly a function of sort of the resources that one has and the ways in which the cities are constructed or organized. The Americans tend to zoom in on sort of very small groups of buildings. So they say, all right, we'll survey 1 to 21 buildings in this downtown area or on this university campus, and we'll figure out, where the birds are dying within this very narrow frame. Now, if I did that in Singapore, I'd go a whole year and maybe find 2 dead birds, right? So instead, what I did was I said, look, the whole of Singapore is my laboratory, right? If anyone sees a dead bird, just give me a call and I'll pick it up. What this means is that I miss a lot more birds. I'm probably only detecting a tiny fraction of the number of collisions relative to the true number of collisions. But it does mean that I get better coverage across a much broader swath of the city. Singapore has about 100,000 buildings, and so we're better able to sort of model this effect across space. And so what Heidi points out is broadly right, that building height tends not to have as strong an effect on the likelihood of collisions. And this is data that is fresh, just came off the computer about a month ago. We're in the middle of writing this up for publication. We do see that short buildings, squat buildings, medium-sized buildings do kill a lot of birds as well, right? And a lot of that, of course, is due to the fact that there's glass, but we're starting to realize that there are some really interesting patterns in the data that the Americans have not yet hit upon. So one of the things that we're actually really excited about and this, cuts back to the pitters. What we're seeing with pitters is that the likelihood of pitter collisions may be driven not just by light pollution, but blue light pollution in particular. This is something that's really, really, really weird. Why are pitters drawn to blue light? We don't really
Now,
know.
let's clarify.
Yeah,
Blue light, are you talking about things like signage that has blue coloration for the tubes, or are you talking about what we're being told about is damaging to human well-being, which is the blue light emanating from gadgets? Tell us. Let's nail down exactly what blue
so we
light we're
haven't been
talking
able
about.
to get down into that level of granularity, unfortunately, right? But what I did was I took a photograph of Singapore from the International Space Station. So, and this is purely by luck. An astronaut was floating over Singapore in the International Space Station, took out his camera, it was nighttime in Singapore, took out his camera, snapped a couple of photographs of Singapore, posted it online. And so what I did was I took all of my dead birds, right, where we found them, and we've mapped all of them out. Every single dead bird that we find has a GPS pair of GPS coordinates attached to them. And so we mapped them out across space, and we tried to find patterns of where these birds were dying. So we used some, very complex, fancy statistics software to sort of, cut out all the noise. But what we found was, at least in terms of sort of the emitted light wavelengths, areas with more blue light pollution. So, and these tend to be downtown areas, because in Singapore, at least, most of our street lights are red, because we use the old-fashioned sort of high-pressure sodium vapor lamps, although we are switching to more white light. And it's really mainly right now in the downtown areas and shopping districts where you see a lot more white light being put out, whether it's by signages or whether it's by, street lights. We can't really distinguish between those, but we do know that there is a lot more white light and therefore a lot more blue light in these areas. And these are where the pitters seem to be dying. And so this is, really, really weird.
That's pretty extraordinary, isn't it? That's something that I'm sure you've noticed it too, but I've got a lot more miles on the clock than you do, David. But it's only in maybe the last probably 7 or 8 years that I've noticed that vehicle headlights now, when they're not pointed straight at you, if you look at them, they appear blue rather than blinding white, that yellow white light that we always had. Do you think that could be a contributor? I'm not suggesting that an individual car light is doing it, but that blue spectrum light is increasing because cars are now emitting that light in that spectrum that they didn't do before.
That's a good question, but I think it's more, vehicle lights are sort of what we call transient lights. They're not permanently fixed to a spot, right? I think what probably still has a much stronger effect would be street lights that are static, and they, on one spot, constantly beaming down particular frequencies of light. And so this is, I think, a very interesting topic, because there has been a flurry of research coming out, again, mostly from America, showing that birds are attracted to light pollution in urban areas, especially, birds that migrate at night. And pitters are famously night migrants. Now, the question is, are there differences between the light spectra? Our study seems to suggest as much. There was a study from China that wasn't looking at bird-building collisions. They were just looking at the effects of light. So they had, 3 mist nets, one lit red, one lit blue, one lit green, and they reported that the mist net that was lit blue caught a lot more migratory birds than the other 2 nets. So there seems to be a growing body of evidence that potentially blue light pollution might have some interesting effect. How this sort of translates down to cars, we're not entirely certain. We do know, of course, that roadkill is also a big driver of mortality, not just in birds but also in mammals. Right? We know that owls are particularly susceptible to to collisions with cars because they swoop down over these roads, and they come exactly to the right level as these cars are, and they get knocked over. We see this quite often with hooded pitters as well. Hooded pitters, for some reason, 50-50 chance they're either killed by a building or run over by a car. So I think what I'm getting at is that there's a lot of unknown drivers that we're only really sort of scratching the surface of, and that's only because we've just started looking. Right, this project is almost 10 years old. It's ready to go to school, really, but yet it's only when we start digging into the data that we start realizing that there might be some of these patterns and drivers that we can potentially work on. So I mean, with light pollution, we can just tune down our lights to have less blue. If you have LED lights, for example, LED lights can be adjusted. The color temperature can be adjusted. So perhaps during the migratory season, if we know that blue light is harmful to migratory birds, we can tune it to become warmer rather than cooler to reduce the amount of blue light we put out. And these are all interventions that could very well save birds.
And there's known knowns, and there are known unknowns, and there are the knowns that we know that we don't know.
Right. But there are other factors as well that are really, really interesting. And so this is again going back to this huge dichotomy between most of this bird strike research coming out of North America. Now in North America, it's mostly temperate, right? And so a lot of the focus of the North American research on bird building collisions has been on migratory species, so species like your thrushes and your warblers, New World warblers and New World flycatchers. And a lot of people have ignored the tropics, right, where we have a huge bunch of non-migratory resident species. Right? And when we started looking at the data, we started realizing that it wasn't just the migrants that were slamming into windows. It was things like green pigeons. It was things like emerald doves, which Australia has as well, right? And, among the super colliders, green pigeons and doves, right, were some of our, most abundant bird building collision victims, right? And this is not something that, you would get if you just looked at Chicago and Illinois and parts of Michigan, because, they don't have green pigeons there. They don't have emerald doves there, right? And then you start casting it a bit wide, and you realize the conservationists in Taiwan are seeing the exact same phenomenon. They're seeing emerald doves, which they have as well, slamming into buildings. In fact, they see things like barbets, right? Taiwan barbet slamming into buildings as well. So, what I'm trying to get at is that once you start sort of going beyond sort of North America, the patterns become more complex and they become more interesting as well, right? And we're starting to realize that a lot of these collisions are not just involving migrants, but also involving resident birds. In many cases, also because many of these resident birds are young, so they're fledglings that just come out of the nest, and in addition to being pigeons are dumb, right? They're not the smartest birds on earth, but the naivety of young birds means that they maybe have a higher risk of colliding with buildings as well. But even more interestingly, when we look at the spatial patterns, where we find pigeons and starlings colliding with buildings tends to be near forested areas. So if you have a building that's near a forested area, you're going to see a lot higher likelihoods of pigeons and starlings and other resident frugivorous birds mostly slamming into your windows. And so this is actually very useful, right? Yeah. It tells us, and this came out of a conversation with Heidi, a lot of these interventions that we're thinking about, how to make buildings bird safe, are really expensive. And because of that, you get a lot of resistance from stakeholders because they don't want to be putting out money just to save a few birds. But if you can say, all right, we know where these birds are going to be dying, right? We know that it's not uniform across the landscape. We know that if your building is about 4 to 5 floors and near a forested area and lit by blue lights, then maybe you want to mitigate against bird building collisions in these areas and not just blanket across the whole city.
But there's a couple of interesting things that need to be pulled out in the discussion, though, because those birds that are not migratory, and you're talking about, things like fruit doves and pigeons, well, the light isn't a factor for them, so they've got to be pulled into a different discussion. and it comes into how how do birds place themselves in their environment? What are the visual cues they take?
Mhm.
Is it a matter of reflection, or do they have some other way of placing themselves in relation to a woodland area, a forest area? How do they recognise it? There's all these things that we don't know, and that we're assuming that they recognise things the same way we do visually, but we don't know how they find their way on migrations. So it could all be tied into that, to a mechanism that we don't understand yet.
Mhm. No knowns, no unknowns. But we know well what we suspect and what we speculate, at least for the the pigeons and the starlings, right? It's I think no coincidence that these species, these non-migratory resident species that tend to knock into buildings, are forest edge dwellers. They are frugivorous, right? And by nature of being frugivorous, a lot of these species are highly dispersive, highly nomadic. We see this with the fruit doves in Australia. They wander around these landscapes, flying between forest patch and forest patch, looking for fruits, because fruiting is not a homogeneous thing. It's, once the patch runs out of fruits, these birds are going to have to go somewhere else to find food again. And so what it suggests is that every time these birds are trying to move between patches, they're encountering these big classy buildings, and that's probably where they're going to be colliding. And of course, if you have a highly reflective window, and in this reflection you see a tree, the bird's probably going to try to make a beeline for that tree to find a place to perch or a place to hide from a predator, a Brahminy kite or a white-bellied seagull hanging around, and that's when they're going to be colliding with buildings. So that's my working hypothesis, but I think it's
Yeah.
a reasonable sort of a hypothesis to make.
Oh, no doubt. It's just that there are just so many things we don't understand about how
For sure.
birds make decisions about where they're going to go next, and how does a fruit eater find the next patch of fruit? Do they remember where they have been before, or is it just a totally speculative journey that they undertake? Um, do do Are new buildings more murderous, for want of a
Ooh,
clickbaity
oh, we have
title?
no idea. No.
Yeah, so that's right. So if something pops up in
Mhm.
a forest edge zone, is that more likely to be a killer than one that has been there for years? So so much still to learn.
Exactly. And this is why, there needs to be more of this research in the tropics, because you're not going to get any of that information coming out of, a temperate zone, because they don't have, green pigeons for one, they don't have fruit doves. But, in our part of the world, the northern parts of Australia, in Singapore and the rest of Southeast Asia, all the way up to, bits of China and Taiwan, and even up to the southern parts of Japan, this is probably a phenomenon that's happening. It's just that, no one's, well, not that no one's looking, but no one's pulling all these threads together into a single story.
Something that has popped into my mind while we've been speaking, David, and I've got no idea if there's ever been any work done with this, but what about birds that are locally migratory, maybe just moving through altitudes, winter and summer? Do we know if, for instance, I'm thinking about my local patch, the foothills of Melbourne and maybe Sydney up into the Blue Mountains. Do we know if non-migratory birds, in the sense of taking massive migrations, but those that move like currawongs, and I'm sure there's piles of others that are common Australian birds, are they falling victim to buildings? Do we know in that kind of movement? Like, is
Your
this
guess
just
is as
another
good as
thing we
mine.
don't know? Yeah.
Singapore doesn't really have much elevation. We don't have much by way of seasons. So I mean, that's a fantastic question, and something that I think, Australian researchers are intensely well poised to address, right? Because, I can't do that kind of research in Singapore. We don't have a mountain. Our tallest, geological features about 163 meters above sea level. That's, it's nowhere near a mountain, right? And we don't really have much by way of altitudinal migrants in Singapore at the very least. But yes, there are altitudinal migrants in Australia. There are short range migrants that just go up and down the hill slopes. We don't know. And I think this is actually a very fertile sort of area of research. And it can potentially shed very interesting light on how birds perceive the environment, right? The fact that we see that pittas, more than any other bird that we looked at, seem to be more often attracted to blue light, suggests that there might be something about the way they perceive the world that may differ from other birds, right? And this is not just the blue-winged pitta, right, that we see in Singapore. Fairy pitta collides with buildings as well in Korea and Taiwan. In fact, the second ever fairy pitta record in Australia was a bird that slammed into a window that got killed by a cat. I think that was near Broome or somewhere in the northern part of Australia in 2019. We have records of Indian pittas flying into people's buildings as well. There are a few sporadic records of African pitta, which doesn't fly north to south. They migrate east to west, knocking into glass as well. So this might be a pitta-white phenomenon, but yet sort of the driver of this, the source of this, still remains completely unknown. And that's really, really exciting. That means that there is something about these birds, that the way they perceive the world around them, that remains mysterious to us. And I find that really exciting.
Well, you're not going to run out of things to research.
For sure, no, yeah.
When you've finished your current PhD work. Now, David, I'm really wondering what other species of birds are really prominent in the bird kill tally that you've discovered in Singapore.
Right. So we call these our super colliders, right?
Okay. Yeah. So what other? I mean, are there other particular families, or are there other particular species which are really prominent in your counts?
Right. So among our super colliders are the pittas. For the residents, it's the green pigeons, the Treron green pigeons, and the Calcophaps emerald doves. We do also have a fair number of jambu fruit dove, but jambu fruit dove is a bit odd because it's slightly more. It's not strictly migratory. It's not strictly resident. It's more nomadic. But the other groups of birds, in a big way, are the bitterns, black bittern, cinnamon bittern, von Schrank's bittern, and yellow bittern. All show up dead in Singapore during the migration season. And black bittern, obviously, Australia has as well, but they're not migratory in Australia. And that's something that's also very interesting and something I'm hoping to dig into at some point in my research. And the other big one are the sakes.
Sorry, David. Maybe you'll do the genetic research and realise that it's two different species, and you'll get another
Might
tick.
well be. That's right. Yeah. And black bittern goes all the way out to the Solomon Islands, right? There's one subspecies in the Solomons, which is a really, really interesting phenomenon. And the last super collider, two more super colliders, yellow rump flycatcher, the Phasidula flycatcher. And I think also, the first Phasidula flycatcher was seen in Australia not too long ago as well, right? Just in that one tree near the desert. And that might have been a Mugimaki flycatcher, a Narcissus flycatcher, one of the two. And the sakes, the dwarf kingfisher, in our case, the black-backed dwarf kingfisher, which David Wells, the eminent ornithologist of Southeast Asia, once remarked that he had never ever recaptured a ringed oriental dwarf kingfisher, which suggested many of them might be dying during the migration, probably from building collisions.
It's fascinating, isn't it? I'm going to have to set up my eBird, or is Aramea still going? I used to get the alerts from.
Oh no, I don't follow that. No,
I used to get the alerts from Aramea before eBird was even a thing, but I'm not keeping up with those notifications.
Right. But what really I'm hoping for is that more Australians, especially, right, start reporting these dead birds. We don't really have any good records of noisy pitta or rainbow pitta knocking into buildings. They might not be at all, which actually would also be very interesting. But we know that noisy pitta does migrate, right? Not very long distance, but they do go from south to north. They sort of winter near Queensland, and sometimes even in Papua New Guinea, and they go back down south along the east coast as well. Do they knock into buildings? There's not a lot of data to say much, but they might well be. It's just that we're not noticing.
I'd have to think that maybe reaching out to James Cook University and someone in Port Moresby might be a good way to collect some data. But
right.
What I wanted to ask you specifically about the community involvement that you started, David, with trying to collect the corpses that have been murdered by our buildings. What is the industry sort of view of what you're trying to do, and are they receptive to change?
Right. So I mean, this happened all by mistake, or by sort of this. None of this was pre-planned, right? The idea of sort of turning this dead bird thing into a community or citizen science project was completely unplanned, and we started very small, right? But the idea was that as you find a dead bird, you talk about it. You make a Facebook post, you make an Instagram post, you talk to journalists, tell more people about it, and slowly but surely, this information has started percolating out beyond my immediate circle of biologists, beyond just the people who like birds, who watch birds, but it started gaining traction with the public. People actually talk about these things these days, right? These days you have people posting, it's one of the rare, I feel, benefits of social media. People post these things online, other people see it, and they start talking about it. And because people have been talking about it, the government has started to take notice, right? In Singapore, a lot of the things are driven by the government, right? This isn't obviously the case in many other parts of the world. And so that's why sort of the approach towards ameliorating and mitigating bird-building collisions, there is no such thing as a one-size-fits-all, right? In America, for example, the cities are so spread apart. There is, so much devolution of authority to local councils and local governments that you can't do the same thing in Singapore. In Singapore, the government has a lot of say. So, it's talking to friends who are in the government, talking to the public, talking to the newspapers, that people have started to, this issue has started to percolate into the public consciousness. And because of that, right, we now see that there are, ministries in the government, I can't say too much, but there are ministries in the government coming up to me and saying, all right, we know this is going to be a problem, or we know that this is already a problem. What can we do to fix it? Right. And so it's taken many, many, many years for this to happen, but it's starting to enter sort of the popular discourse. And I think that's a very good thing.
Now, David, you said earlier that you grew up in an apartment. So what is it like for people living in Singapore? How many people actually have a home garden?
Oh, very few.
Okay, so
Yeah.
so I'm guessing that's only like the upper class, the rich and the powerful, who are enjoying gardens and birds in the garden. So how connected is the general population of Singapore to bird life on a day-to-day basis in their experience of their daily life?
Well, I mean, we are in the tropics and there are birds everywhere. Obviously, I think for a lot of people, right, a lot of their experience of nature is not entirely positive, right? I know Australia has Pacific quail. We have Asian quail. Same kind of bird, same kind of behavior. Noisy, 5 a.m. in the morning, just making a great big ruckus outside your window, and everyone hates it. So that obviously is a huge part of how Singaporeans, people in Singapore, experience nature. But what we've realized over the years as well, and this is also in part because of COVID, but also because of social media, that there is a huge appetite for nature in Singapore. Singaporeans actually are very, very fascinated by nature partly because many of them grew up in these apartments. The direct interaction with nature becomes very limited. So if you go to a nature reserve in Singapore on the weekend, it's packed. It's crowded. We have one canopy walkway in one of our forest reserves, and it's to get on that walkway, you have to join a queue for half an hour to get on that walkway. Singaporeans are genuinely excited by nature. They don't always know how to interact properly with nature, which is a big problem, across cities all across the world, right? You hear the occasional stories of wild boars or monkeys, getting into scrapes with people, and once in a while otters as well. We've got otters in Singapore. So I think one of the things is that it's a very complex issue. It's the fact that many Singaporeans grow up in apartments, so they don't have a backyard, they don't have they don't have their own personal garden. But we also do have a fairly decent network of public parks, and these parks are well visited by people, and so people do see nature. The only problem is that they don't often have the right sort of vocabulary, the right sort of background information to be able to pass what they're seeing, right? And so my job and our job broadly as bird nerds, as biologists, as scientists, as communicators, is to sort of help the public interpret what they're seeing. So when I did all this dead bird collection stuff, right, often I get people who have no idea what they're seeing. They say, I found this kingfisher dead on the floor in our shop, and it's a pitta. And what I do is I then take my time to explain to them what it is they found, why it's there, what I'm going to be using this bird for. And sometimes this can run into I've once spent like 1 full hour just talking to a resident who had a private house, or someone who had found a dead pitta on her balcony in an apartment block, and she wanted to listen. And it's because people are genuinely curious about nature. I honestly don't think you'll find many people who don't like nature, right? A lot of people are truly curious about nature, especially people living in cities. And so a lot of what we need to do is to bridge that gap, that knowledge gap. A lot of people have no idea what they're seeing, but they are seeing things. And so it's hopefully, what I've been able to do over the last few years, collecting dead birds, really.
It's just something that come to mind, David. It sounds like we should be trying to run like little webinars, for want of a better term, once in a while, coordinating with neighbourhood groups and whatnot, and government people, university people, who can talk to someone like you about bird strikes and actually learn about what they've got. I mean, nowadays someone can take a really good photo of something they've done and ask you a question in a forum like this.
Exactly. With these smartphones, right. Everyone's a photographer these days, right? Everyone's a togger.
I'm just running through my mind now about how to create some more work for both you and I, David. So forgive me there. Now, what I did want to ask you about Singapore in particular, is there a introduced bird issue, and are there pest bird species that have adapted amazingly well to human development and our ways? I don't think.
What city doesn't, right?
Yep. But do you have particular ones? Like, I mean, here in Australia, we've got the white ibis, the cockatoos starting to learn how to get into bins, and brush turkeys in the subtropics.
Noisy miners as well.
Yeah. Well, noisy miners. What about the bloody Asian Indian miner? But
that's
anyway,
right.
Tell us about what the urban bird highlights and lowlights are in Singapore.
So, I mean, it's actually a very complex story. It's, it's easy to just say, a lot of these birds are pests. So we in Southeast Asia, our main sort of pest urban bird species are the Javan myna. For some reason, the Indian, or the what we call the the common myna, so Aquidopterus
the shit myna.
The shit myna, right? The common myna is a lot less abundant relative to the Javan myna, which has really sort of expanded its range across huge swaths of Southeast Asia. Right, originally, from Java, and then trade meant that they started getting out into Singapore and in Malaysia, up to Kuala Lumpur and even north of that, displacing other native myna species as well.
Can I just stop you there? Is that because it was such a common cage bird, and has it been introduced maybe accidentally over a large area, or have they naturally expanded their range?
So That's a good point. I think the current consensus is that the Javan myna didn't spread from the cage bird trade, but it spread because of just hitchhiking of boats and other kinds of sort of inter island trade. The species that spread naturally, we think, may have been the Indian myna or the common myna, because they would have come just south from the subcontinent into Southeast Asia. Things like Asian coel was rare in the 1930s and now super abundant today, in part because of the introduction of house crows into Southeast Asia during the Second World War. Probably, I think, by the Japanese, or just before the Second World War, thereabouts, right? And so they have
That's
hosts.
really interesting. That's really interesting. So do you think that the coel followed the crows? Or my mind as a horticulturist might be that maybe the colonial plantings in all the cities that were, and the street trees that were chosen, and the garden plants of the settler class may have facilitated that too.
So it's twofold, right? Yeah. Because Asian coels, they're native to the tropical monsoon rainforest in the north, right? And in many cities, right, because of the urban heat island effect and the way in which we do urban planting, right, many of our cityscapes and the treescapes in cities tend to be very similar to the sort of drier forests of the north. And so it's probably this twofold confluence of factors where all of a sudden you have suitable hosts for these coels, which are, the brood parasites, the crows and the orioles. But then also you have very suitable sort of environmental conditions for these coels to thrive, right? The fruit trees that we plant in our streetscapes as well, these probably, just combine to make conditions particularly fertile. It's never usually sort of just one factor. Same thing with the Goffin's cockatoo and earlier on the yellow-crested cockatoo as well, right? These are species that were abundant in the bird trade. But, if we were just to release one cockatoo, it'd probably just die on its own. But because it's got food, because there's enough critical mass of these cockatoos in the bird trade that escape, they start forming these feral populations, and all of a sudden they become, these established species. But the funny thing, and this is the complicated thing about a lot of these sort of what we call pest birds, is that Javan myna, in its native Java, is endangered. It's threatened by the bird trade. Not so much Goffin's cockatoo, but
I'll just respond to that, Naomi. I wouldn't attribute the word pest to white ibis like across the board. And actually, it was in one of yesterday's discussions, I think, or maybe the day before, where we were talking particularly about white ibis, and that was what you've put is exactly my thought. I used to see white ibis everywhere through Gippsland, and I now see less of them when I travel down there. Now, they also move around, so that's one reason. But I think we've pushed them out of their preferred habitats, and also drought and floods might have something to do with that too. But they're adapting to the city. In certain cities and certain places, they're a pest, and I use the word like we do with a weed. A plant out of place is a weed. A similar thing with a bird. The fact that it's a native bird means that we have to treat it differently, but there's no doubt that ibis hanging around the cafe restaurant at the Botanic Gardens the same way seagulls and sparrows and rock doves, feral pigeons do. Put them in the same category. So that's my use of the word pest. Once a wild bird becomes an urban bird, there's issues of management. So that's really what I'm about there. So I don't have a set against white ibis. I think ibis are are a fantastic bird. I mean, as a kid, I was painting their underwings, the chicks, or the birds about to fledge. Would I prefer no birds around at the Botanic Gardens? No, not at all. I don't know how you got that idea, but what I would like to see is white ibis on the fringes of the water features behaving like ibis rather than pulling things out of the bins, and that's what they're now habituated to do, which is the problem. And depending on how knowledge is transferred in a long-lived bird, what I don't want to see is people saying we need to do things about ibises the same way that certain parts of the cities in Australia now are saying we need to do things about cockatoos. We need to, they don't want cockatoos around them because they become destructive in some places. So I'm saying the bird is a pest in that it's now exhibiting behaviours that are certainly not conducive to positive coexistence with people. I'm not saying they're to blame or anything like that. I'm just saying that while we might understand what they're doing, the people who have had their windowsills and their balconies ripped apart by a flock of cockatoos won't be so generous. And I mean, people, there's real serious in cities. There's the same way that pigeon poo puts a huge amount of cost pressure on just cleaning it up and keeping places where there's a large intersection between pigeons and people and keeping that clean and hygienic for people now has put a large cost pressure on local councils. Now, cleaning up after ibis is now raising an extra cost pressure that local government didn't have. So that means they need to make choices about other things because nobody wants their rates to go up, right? And nobody wants any services reduced. But if you have to do more because of a bird that's become smart enough to do stuff it never used to do, it is a problem. So that's and look, white ibis aren't a big problem. They're just highly visual and talked about. But that's why I use the term a pest. I mean, I want to talk a lot more to people about bird behaviour and urban bird behaviour. It's something that Holly and I will be pursuing far more on the Mondays, and if I can find the people to talk about it, I'll be talking about it. One day next week, I don't know which day yet, I'll replay the Big City Birds with John Martin and then the Brush Turkey episode with Matt Hall. So we'll be talking about birds that have so there'll be cockatoo talk and talking about how these changes in behaviours and the intersection with the urban environment and people is challenging, So yeah, and you should know me. I always come out on the birds' side. Where I find the conversations challenging is, how do we find a solution? Because if birds are costing people money, you know what will happen. It's like this black swan thing in Tasmania. Somebody sees that they're losing their stock from a fish farm that survives on tourists coming to fish to pay money to fish. Now, I would have thought that black swan are probably not the problem when it comes to a trout farm, but they've got a permit to kill 200 of them. you know. So they all money always wins. What we need to do, we just need to educate people better. We just need to find a way. Anyway, I'm finding listening to David fascinating again. I'd forgotten how I haven't listened back to it since we did this interview, and I'd forgotten how interesting he is and what a fantastic number of points he's raising. I might say I was just looking what I was doing while David was talking. Was looking up. I was trying to find some studies about bird strike in Africa, and it's nearly all about bird strike in airports and creating to Naomi, very good point. That's why I've approached the department and the permit applicant to have a discussion. I would have thought that they might be worried about cormorants or something rather than swans, but there's not much detail. I'll find out as much as I can. I'll be amazed if anyone talks to me because they've probably got a whole lot of pushback about it. But getting back to this thing in Africa, and I'm also looking for other parts of the world rather than the US. It's nearly all about proximity to aviation. So they're worried about what the effects are on humans. There's very little about the effects on birds in the broader landscape. So yeah. Anyway, let's get back to David. There's still quite a way to go on this, and I'll have to find. He's referenced Heidi Trudell a number of times. I'll find a way to play the two conversations I've had with Heidi. The first one, and then I had a subsequent one after I spoke with David with her. So I didn't want to stick it on today because I thought everyone would want a bit of a break from bird strikes. So even though, as David has mentioned, light pollution is closely linked to bird strike, at least for some of the super collider species. But Ariel will tell us a lot more about that later on, from a different perspective and with a couple of a few different ideas. So anyway, let's get back to David.
Yellow-crested cockatoo, endangered by the bird trade in its native.
Just bring that back a little bit.
You have very suitable sort of environmental conditions because of the introduction of house crows into Southeast Asia during the second. Our main sort of pest urban bird species are the Javan myna. For some reason, the Indian or the what we call the the common myna, so Aquidopterus
the shit myna.
The shit myna, right? The common myna is a lot less abundant relative to the Javan myna, which has really sort of expanded its range across huge swaths of Southeast Asia. Right, originally, from Java, and then trade meant that they started getting out into Singapore and in Malaysia, up to Kuala Lumpur and even north of that, displacing other native myna species as well.
Can I just stop you there? Is that because it was such a common cage bird, and has it been introduced maybe accidentally over a large area, or have they naturally expanded their range?
So that's a good point. I think the current consensus is that the Javan myna didn't spread from the cage bird trade, but it spread because of just hitchhiking of boats and other kinds of sort of inter-island trade. The species that spread naturally, we think, may have been the Indian myna or the common myna, because they would have come just south from the subcontinent into Southeast Asia. Things like Asian coel was rare in the 1930s and now super abundant today, in part because of the introduction of house crows into Southeast Asia during the Second World War, probably, I think, by the Japanese, or just before the Second World War, thereabouts, right? And so they have hosts.
That's really interesting. So do you think that the coel followed the crows, or my mind as a horticulturist might be that maybe the colonial plantings in all the
Yes.
cities that were, and the street trees that were chosen, and the garden plants of the settler class may have facilitated that
So
too.
it's
Because
twofold, right?
yeah,
Because Asian koalas, they're native to the tropical monsoon rainforest in the north, right? And in many cities, right, because of the urban heat island effect and the way in which we do urban planting, right, many of our cityscapes and the treescapes in cities tend to be very similar to the sort of drier forests of the north. And so it's probably this twofold confluence of factors where all of a sudden you have suitable hosts for these koels, which are, the brood parasites, the crows and the orioles. But then also you have very suitable sort of environmental conditions for these koels to thrive, right? The fruit trees that we plant in our streetscapes as well, these probably, just combine to make conditions particularly fertile. It's never usually sort of just one factor. Same thing with the Goffin's cockatoo and earlier on the yellow-crested cockatoo as well, right? These are species that were abundant in the bird trade. But if we were just to release one cockatoo, it'd probably just die on its own. But because it's got food, because there's enough critical mass of these cockatoos in the bird trade that escape, they start forming these feral populations, and all of a sudden they become, these established species. But the funny thing, and this is the complicated thing about a lot of these sort of what we call pest birds, is that Javan myna, in its native Java, is endangered. It's threatened by the bird trade. Not so much Goffin's cockatoo, but yellow-crested cockatoo, endangered by the bird trade in its native, Australasia. So there is an argument being made right now that many of these sort of invasive populations are actually sort of insurance populations.
Yeah, that's right. They're insurance populations, and if they have come from original lineages from the original bird trade, pet trade, there's going to be a genetic reservoir that is no longer available in the indigenous, for want of a better terms, indigenous
Very much
populations.
So this is a huge topic of research in Hong Kong. People like Dr. Caroline Dingle, Dr. Alex Astrid, Dr. Astrid. Sorry, this fantastic sort of new realm of research looking at sort of the broader picture of bird conservation, because we are in our part of the world in the middle of a crisis, right? The demand for songbirds is causing rapid declines in many bird populations. Barley myna nearly extinct. Black-winged starling, more birds in captivity than there are in the wild. It is starting to become really, really dire, and we are really starting to have to shift our thinking to towards looking at these pest birds and thinking maybe they're the last hope for this species. Oddly enough,
and sometimes too, I mean, going off topic a little bit here, but it's come to my mind from what you've just been talking about. When I was a kid, I wanted to have aviaries and have birds in cages that I could look at every day and whatnot. Then my shifting radically moved to, no, the best bird is one in the wild and whatnot. And now I'm coming back to thinking, hey, well, some of Australia's rarest parrots have large populations in European and British collections, avicultural collections. So maybe we should be talking about bringing some of those old genetics back into Australia and then reintegrating them into bit by selective reintroductions into. But all these things have ethical issues. And then the other thing I always bring up: what's the point of captive breeding and releasing if there's nowhere for the bloody birds to live?
Right. So genetic rescue is something that people have been thinking about, people have been exploring, but it is really complicated. It's not my field for sure. It's really complicated. It is rife with ethical problems, right? In a sense, might you also be incentivizing and encouraging people to keep captive birds, which we honestly don't want to be doing. But you're right. At the very fundamental level, you still need habitat. So there's no point, taking a bunch of, say, night parrots and just releasing it into nowhere, or orange crown parrots or swift parrots, and then there's nowhere for them to live. All the forests have been bulldozed for logging. So I think at the very baseline, we still need to think about habitat, right? What are the habitats that many of these threatened species need? What are the habitats that swift parrots need in Tasmania? What are the habitats? How can we, for example, right, as sort of people living in urban areas to a large extent, do in our backyards with our urban plantings that may potentially encourage certain species to establish or persist? Right.
That's a really interesting thing that you've mentioned there. Like, and talking about the swift parrot. Well, if the swift parrot and they preserve habitat in Tasmania, it still needs habitat in the mainland, and that's the problem. That's
very
the
much
problem. So. And of course, it's easy for governments and for anyone seeking election to look good by throwing money into a preservation program that partners with a zoo, right? With captive breeding. It's much harder for that bloke to look good by telling a property developer that he can't do something with that 28 hectares that borders a degraded state forest.
That's right.
So the cost is always in preserving habitat, not in trying to repair habitat. The cost is always in keeping existing ecosystems intact and in place. So I don't know, David. We just have to keep banging the drum and shaking the tree and whatnot.
Not too hard,
Yeah, no, not too hard, and because we don't want to dislodge fruit that can be feeding green pigeons, right?
That's right. Yes.
Now, tell us a little bit about New Mexico as a bird nerd. What do you get up to on your weekends there?
So, okay, the problem with New Mexico, being from Singapore, we have a pretty good public transport system in Singapore. I don't know how to drive, and New Mexico is a state built around the car. So if you don't drive, it's very hard to get around. But thankfully, my colleagues drive, so I often just pay for the gas, and we go out on these bird watching trips. But this is the thing: the American Southwest, is really the heart of American bird watching, because it's really where you get this confluence of 3, 4, 5 different habitats coming together in this really tight area. In the north, you have the Rocky Mountains coming down south. So you get these montane birds like mountain bluebirds, even ptarmigans, it's the further north you go, right? And then on our eastern flank, you have the Great Plains. So these huge grasslands and all these grassland adapted species like meadowlarks and all these North American sparrows. The further south you go, you start drifting towards Mexico, and all these Mexican birds that do make their way up once in a while, especially following these mountain ridges that are mountain chains that come up from Mexico. So if you go to Arizona, the southeastern corner of Arizona is the holy grail of North American birding, because it's where you get things like neotropical trogons, right, that show up once in a while. Things like olive warbler, things like there's one species of Bicard that breeds in southeastern Arizona, that tiny corner of southeastern Arizona. So it is a fantastic part of the world to be in, right? You have the desert, you have the mountains, you have the Great Plains, you have the Rio Grande River Valley. It's remarkable, right? I did go out on this whole day long birding trip last Sunday. And we had about 80 species in just one day, right? Just going from Albuquerque south towards El Paso at the border with Mexico. Obviously, we were chasing lifers. There was a rufous-backed robin, which is actually a thrush, that was seen at the dam. We got that, and there was this weird hybrid hummingbird that's probably a hybrid between two different genera of hummingbird, very likely a hybrid between Anna's hummingbird and a broad-billed hummingbird, which is incredibly unusual, and it looked like such a weird-looking bird as well. So it is a fantastic part of the world to be based in, if only I had a car.
So, have you got anything planned for the global big day?
Oh, geez, no. I'm a PhD student. I don't have time to plan more than an hour ahead of time in my life. I would very much like to go birding, but I've got a ton of stuff to do. I've got people hounding me for very tight deadlines. But I feel like the global big day obviously is there is an audience for that, and I like to bird at my own pace and my own time. And this there's a lot of birding to be done
Yeah,
anyway.
a lot like me. Now, I hadn't planned to go here. I hope you're happy to talk about this. I, I've talked to a lot of PhD candidates over the life of the bird emergency, but we've often talked about field work. But you just mentioned that you're probably too busy to get out in the field. Tell us a little bit about what the life of someone working on a PhD is actually like. What are the things you have to complete day to day?
Oh God.
People always talk about, oh, we're in the lab. Just give someone who has got no idea
Well,
about
we do
the
classes
life.
still, right? We still have
Yeah,
classes to do. A lot of the work. So my work, I mean, to be fair, a lot of my field work was the last 7 years because all these pitters that die, their tissue samples are now my samples for my research. So I have been collecting these tissue samples for a really 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 long time, and we're hoping to mine information out of these tissue samples. So a lot of the work I'm currently doing is either computer based or lab based. In the lab, a lot of what I do as someone who studies the genetics of birds is we do a lot of DNA extractions, usually just moving clear, smelly liquids from one container to another until something happens. Following, it's like baking. It's why I like to cook. Cooking is following a recipe, exactly the same in laboratory science. You have a recipe by and large. You know what your reagents are. You've gone to the very expensive supermarket to buy these very expensive salts and very expensive clear liquids, and you're just combining them in the right way to produce a product.
please tell me you have a white coat with your name on it.
Oh no, I don't. No, that's a very doctor thing. No, 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 no. Here in the biological sciences, we're a bit more like. So I do have a white coat, not with me now in my office, but a lot of my other work is on the computer because once we, get so I mean, we go out, we get the tissue samples from these birds, from birds that knock into buildings. And then we take them into the lab, and then we start extracting DNA. We prepare the DNA for sequencing. It goes out to a DNA sequencer, and then what comes back is a thumb drive, right? It's a pen drive with data on it. And then what happens next is we have to make sense of this data on the computer. So most of my time is spent on the computer, mostly, screaming at the computer, trying to get stuff to work. It's no different from many office jobs, really.
No, but you're not cut and pasting in Excel, right?
No.
You're
Well, some people do
using,
use it.
but you're using a statistical analysis program, I'm guessing.
Right, right. And a lot of what I'm working on right now, actually, I'm writing a software right now that sort of looks at so not so much the genetics of birds, but how animals disperse between islands, right? So one of the things we know that Australia is an island in a sense that was not didn't always have the same shape, right? 10,000 years ago, 100,000 years ago, Australia was connected to Papua New Guinea. Now, how do we quantify this change in the coastline of Australia? For Australia, obviously, that's mainly where the coastline changes occur. But what about these small island archipelagos in the South Pacific? Sea level change would have had dramatic effects on how these islands looked like in the past. And so what I'm trying to work on right now is a software package to visualize this, to quantify this, so we can then link that to the genetic data that we are all producing, as biologists, to see how we can draw, links between historical sea level change and how birds have colonized these islands over time. It's really
That's a
exciting.
that's a fascinating area of study. I'd love to follow up with you on that sort of down the track. What one thing I did want to ask you more about the process of actually doing the work, David, is how much of the work you do is actually because you're still taking classes and you're having to support other academics, how much of the work that you do day to day in your office is actually working on other people's projects?
Oh no. I most of the work I do is my own work. Thankfully, I mean, I do have lots of collaborations here and there, but a lot of them tends to be, well, in my case at least, a lot of them tends to be my leftovers that I've left undone, and other people are picking up my slack. Because they generate, all these dead birds generate so much data, right? So as a student of mine who's now doing his master's degree in Singapore, he started out as an undergraduate. He said, hey, I'm interested in these dead birds. And so I said, all right, go, but here's a toothbrush, brush these birds for parasites. And so he did. And it turns out we're discovering all these incredible parasites on our dead birds. And he's just got a paper coming out this week on some of the lice and some of the blood-sucking flies that we're finding on these birds. And so there is so much to be done, right? Whichever nook and cranny you look on these birds, there is going to be interesting information to mine. There's going to be interesting stories to tell. There's going to be exciting new research to discover. And unfortunately, I seem to be the bottleneck in most of my research because I'm very slow. But yeah, so this is the life of a researcher. It's collaborating with other people. A lot of it is spent, trying to make sense of information. A lot of it is also making mistakes, right? When we sit at the computer and scream at the computer, it's not because the computer is dumb. It's because I'm dumb, right?
Yeah. Well, now, last one before we get into the bird emergency questions, David. If somebody is in Singapore now, and because you're obviously not there, and is noticing birds that are hitting buildings and dying, what should they be doing? And actually, let's maybe make it a little bit more general. If you're in Bangkok or if you're in Hong Kong and you are noticing birds that are in a garden bed at the edge of a building or on a sidewalk, on a footpath, what should they do? How should they treat the bird? And where is a likely place that will accept it, where it will be useful?
So the best advice I can give, contact your nearest natural history museum or contact your nearest university biology department. Look for an ornithologist. So if you're in Australia, nearest university, whether it's UQ, JCU, ANU, whoever, they'll all have a biology department with world-class biologists who I'm guessing will be more than happy to receive a donation of a dead animal, right? Not just birds, obviously. In Singapore, I've mostly handed over this responsibility to the Avian Evolution Lab run by my previous boss, right, who is still carrying on this whole project of collecting dead birds, in part, obviously, because the tissue samples that come from these birds are really the bedrock of a lot of the research that needs to be done on Southeast Asian birds. The more we know about the genetics of these birds, the better we can conserve them, the better we can understand how they evolved in our part of the world as well. Another thing that I recommend people do is use iNaturalist, where you can take a photo. Everyone has, most people have a smartphone these days. Grab a photo of the bird. The moment you take a photo of it, it's automatically geotagged. There's a GPS coordinate associated with it. You upload it. Scientists can go to iNaturalist and just download this data. So even if the specimen is not preserved, at least it's a digital record of the bird having been observed and verified at a particular location.
So that's probably the best advice for everybody, is to get iNaturalist onto your phone, and use it. It means you don't have to pick the bird up. If it's a bit manky, which often you don't find them for 2 or 3 days.
That's right.
So as long as there's enough of the plumage there for someone to be able to identify, it will still be a useful addition to the world of knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, that's great. Okay, David, is there anything I haven't asked you about pitters and migratory birds in Singapore that you think I should have asked you?
Well, I mean, we've broadly covered the main topics, right? About how, birds are knocking into buildings, migrants, many of them migrate at night. There's huge diversity of migratory birds in Southeast Asia. Yeah, I think we've covered most of the key issues, and of course, we also talked about, with the example of the swift parrot in Tasmania, how conservation of many of these birds that move needs to cover more than one jurisdiction, right? You can't conserve birds by saying, "All right, I'm just going to preserve one habitat here," but birds move around, right? And you have to think about it in sort of broader spatial terms as well.
Yeah, why don't those birds just go to the patch of mangroves that we've saved in Thailand? Why do all these birds want to keep going to Korea? I don't understand. Why
Exactly.
can't the bird learn?
But see, that is the perspective of a building, a development, so someone who's a building developer or a government officer who doesn't necessarily understand life or nature, right? And so this is a big failing that we have in our education system. We don't teach people about the natural world, and because of that, you have this bunch of policymakers, bunch of business people, or business people maybe they're motivated by other reasons, but you have developers who don't understand basic ecology. Why can't the bird just go elsewhere? Well, if it breeds here, it can't exactly just up and move somewhere else.
And why don't they ask themselves? Why don't they still want to live in the apartment where they grew up with
So,
mum and dad
this is
instead
exactly
of in
why
a house in Turak?
this is exactly why, right now we're seeing this renaissance of what we call science communicators, because we're starting to realize that, geez Louise, people don't know anything about the natural world. And, there needs to be a way of conveying all this information to the public so that it's not just about awareness. I think broadly speaking, people have awareness. We've moved past the need to raise awareness. We need to now raise understanding and empathy for the environment. Right. And so this is actually really important. People are aware of nature, but a lot of people don't give a shit.
Absolutely. Well, that's the point. We even though what I'm doing is only about pushing out a message, but it's not a message to raise awareness. As you said, everyone knows that we've got to do stuff. Now we've just got to build the pressure to make people do stuff. But it reminds me of something. I can't remember who it was who said it, but we are the most information-rich society that's ever lived. But why is everybody so dumb? That's what fascinates me, Dave.
Well, because we're now drowning in so much information that we've lost the ability to process and to be discerning and to distinguish between what's useful information, what is bullshit. So I think this is why, again, as communicators, as science communicators, there needs to be sort of strategic efforts to make nature more understandable to the public, right? It's not just about, podcasts are part of the thing. Podcasts appeal to a very specific audience. It's about finding ways of finding new audiences, new ways of doing things. So, one thing I do is I do school talks. Before I came to the US, I would do a school talk maybe once every few months, because that's a great way of reaching out to a huge audience, many of whom are super interested in nature, right? You catch them young enough, they're really excited about even the ugliest looking insect. And, if you can get a kid who's 5, 6, 10, 11, 12 years old, interested in bees and wasps, you've won that battle. They're going to be interested for life.
That's right. Every revolutionary movement that's ever been successful knows that you have to get them young, right?
Right. But, it's about also, much as zoos have there are issues with zoos are very important for conservation as well, right? So it's about making sure that your parks and your zoos are accessible to people. It's about making sure that people have access to the information, and that you actively seek out measures of getting this information to people, because otherwise it's going to be all that rubbish propaganda. It's going to be rubbish nonsense that's going to be polluting people's minds, telling them, who cares if this bird goes extinct? We've got other birds as well, right? And that is, what we don't want people to be, to be thinking, getting jaded with conservation because, things are going extinct.
Okay, I can't resist. I can't resist, but I'm really interested in your perspective on this. Why is it important that we preserve the noisy pitter when we've still got other pitters?
Well, I mean, this is the thing, right? You don't know what you've got till it's gone. Someone made a song about this, right? And I mean, there are many facets to this. One, every species on Earth does something, and whether or not and we benefit from that directly and indirectly, regardless of whether it's a binchuk or whether it's a noisy pitta, right? A lot of these animals in the wild do something, and very indirectly, they will have impacts on us. Once an environment starts to break down, we'll start realizing it. Once, for example, your dragonflies start disappearing, your mosquito population is then going to explode, and then people are going to start realizing, holy shit, maybe we should have preserved that pond, right? Instead of letting it become a puddle of stagnant water, right? That's one thing. But the other thing, and this is something that, for some reason, despite the fact that we're seeing a rise in nationalism around the world, we don't see a concomitant rise in pride in our natural heritage. Every single one of us inherits a group of animals as part of our legacy, as part of our culture, right? So much of Australian culture is built on the birds and the mammals that live in Australia, the kangaroos, the kookaburras, in Singapore as well, we are inheritors of this natural legacy that's been left to us. And so why are we so proud about, societal structures, but not as proud about the wildlife that is very much part of our culture and our heritage as well? Honestly, that should be the most important defining thing about many of our societies. It's the fact that we have this biodiversity around us, and that puzzles me really.
You know what puzzles me. I don't know how much the colonial history of Singapore has rubbed off on you, but
Oh God,
why does the England cricket team have 3 lions on their jumper? When was the last time someone saw a lion in England, right? It's just crazy. Why do so many countries have lions on their coats of arms?
well, Singapore has a lion on its coat of arms as well. We don't have lions.
But that's probably a colonial throwback, because...
Well, it's part of the myths we tell ourselves. But regardless, right, nature should be something to be proud of. And I think this is something that we need to start shifting the conversation towards. It's that, never, it's okay to be, you have your history, every country has its history. But more importantly, a lot of this history is I won't say fake, but it's constructed. But what's really real is the nature that lives and grows on the land, whether it's the spinifex grass that grows in the plains in the northern in the more arid parts of Australia, whether it's all the marsupials that live in weird places, whether it's the bogs and the rivers. These are all parts of the landscape, and it's things that should make every person proud to live where they are, right?
What's Singapore's national bird?
It's the construction crane. Unofficially, our official bird is the crimson sunbird because it's small and red. It's a small red dot, like Singapore is on the map. And it's brilliant, right? So we need to do a better job of marketing. I think a lot of this is PR and marketing. We need to do a better job of marketing nature to the public because we know that the public secretly loves nature. No matter how much they complain about the Pacific Coel, no matter how much they complain about the galahs or the noisy miners, near their house, people, or for example, for that matter, the magpie dive bombing people, we know that people love nature. So the question is, how do we make people excited and proud of their nature, right? And this will translate down the line towards conservation mindedness.
Fantastic. Are you ready for the bird emergency questions, Dave?
Let's go.
Okay. Let's start with the controversial one. What is your field guide of choice when you're out in the field?
Oh shit. Depends on where I am, really. For Southeast Asia, I used to use Field Guide to the Birds of Southeast Asia by Craig Robson. Now I've shifted to the more updated one, which is The Birds of the Indonesian Archipelago, written by James Eaton, Bas Van Balen, and Frank Wright, who is my previous boss. In North America, where I am right now, I still use the Sibley Guide to Birds. I may have a copy on my desk right now. There we go. I have I think a slightly older edition copy on my desk here, the Sibley Guide to Birds.
There we go. I love it when people can get their field guide. It's like
it's
proof,
also available as an app on the phone in case you're out in the field. Yeah, that is my go-to field guide. These are the two go-to field guides of choice. I also recently traveled to the Netherlands and I used the Lars Svensson Field Guide to the Birds of Europe. But, you know, I love collecting field guides, and not just contemporary field guides, but historical field guides as well, because they give you so much interesting information about how, you know, the way we look at birds, the way we think about birds has also changed, how species distributions have changed as well. It's really exciting.
That's a really interesting point. I remember when I was a very young person and I was brought up on the Gould League of Bird Lovers had this series of bird guides, and I was always waiting. I had 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I waited for number 5 and 6 and 7. But I was given a very early copy of What Bird Is That, which was and I got it through the family, and it was really tattered and torn when I got it in probably 1970.
Well used, right?
Something, yeah. But it was really amazing how different the language that it was written in and the way that birds were referred to was compared to my next sort of favourite field guides that I loved to death, which were the Peter Slater field guides, and then I went on to his son and his wife.
That's the one I have. So I only have one Australian field guide, and that's the one I have. I got it from a secondhand bookstore in somewhere in Perth when I was visiting a long time ago. There we go. Yeah. I need a copy of that one.
You have to get this one too.
There we go. Yeah.
There's a bundle. I've got a box with older ones as well that I have. But yeah, this is sort of my go-to because I know where to find everything because I've had it so long. But yeah, so the Sibley, you love the Sibley?
The Holy Grail of North American birds. I mean, I've got other field guides on my desk. I'm at my office right now, so I've got. Let's see. Shit! The books has dropped. I've got Birds of Central America.
Very nice.
Birds of the West Indies. Not used at all because obviously COVID has scuppered all travel. But you know, at some point I'll get around to putting them to good use. And then on the more academic front, I have this cockroach killer over here, Birds of the Tai Malay Peninsula. This is more academic.
Actually, that's one I've been trying to buy second hand.
Very hard to find these days.
One. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, who can afford to buy it new? Only a university department can buy that.
It's long out of print as well, so you know it's impossible to find these days.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a complete bird nerd. This is a guy who can get the field guides at his fingertips for 2 or 3 continents. I love it. All right, David. Let's move on to the next one. I'll be interested in this because you're a modern young man as well as someone who appreciates the traditional. So what's your essential piece of kit when you're out doing your field work? If I could tell you can only take one thing when you walk out the door to get in the car that your friends are driving you off on the next field trip, what would it be?
Without a doubt, binoculars. Can't live without it. I always have a pair in my backpack everywhere I go in case of emergency bird watching.
Well, that begs another question, doesn't it? What are you using? What are the binoculars that you take with you?
So, well, that's an interesting story, and you've asked this at exactly the right moment because I just got back from the Netherlands about a month ago, and what happened was I dropped my pair of binoculars, and they split right in two.
Oh,
So
please,
I was
please tell me that you dropped them onto either a bicycle or a boat in the canal, or you dropped it into onto the edge of a windmill.
I dropped it on a supermarket floor while getting a croissant before going out bird watching. But it had been sort of getting a little bit sort of wobbly over the last few years because it's one of the cheaper Zeiss models. I mean, Zeiss makes good binoculars, but this is sort of their more yeah, because I'm a poor student, right? It's one of the cheaper models, so the outer sort of grip was getting a little bit brittle. So that what happened was essentially the strap snapped, right? This little bracket here snapped. The thing dropped on the floor, and then it snapped right in two. On my second day in the Netherlands, which was a huge problem because I was doing a lot of birding while I was visiting the Netherlands, and so what I did was I sent the broken pair back to Zeiss. They're in Austria, so it's not far away. And they said, you know what? This is too far gone for us to service. We'll just send you a new pair.
How good's that? Well done, Zeiss. I don't usually do a sort of endorsement or anything, but that's good customer service.
Exactly right.
How old do you think your binoculars were?
8 years. So I bought.
Good on you.
I bought the first version of this pair of binoculars. So I think Zeiss is up. One of the reasons why they probably replaced it is because they've updated the grip so it's more durable. The first version of the Terra ED binoculars that I bought had a sort of uniform, sort of slightly rubberized grip that was very brittle. And so this one seems to be updated, and they probably have run out of parts to service it. So thank you Zeiss for sending me a new pair. And no sponsorship at all.
David, forgive me just for a moment. Hello, Zeiss. If you happen to watch this, I also would love a pair of binoculars.
And there we go.
All right, I'll just clip that one out and throw it on the YouTube channel.
There we go. Yeah,
and see what happens. David, what about the phone? I mean, this is not. This is an extension of that question. How much are you using your phone when you're just out bird watching? Are you religiously marking things off in an app as you're out on the day, or are you using playback? What?
So the Americans have damaged me very badly, because the Americans are obsessive e-birders, and so they will e-bird in real time as they're bird watching. At the moment they see something, it's going to go on the e-bird checklist. In the past, I used to be a bit more relaxed about this. At the end of the trip, you e-bird you frantically try to remember everything, and you e-bird it at the end of the day. But more than that, the phone has actually become really important to me, because as I grow older, as my bones start to become more brittle and tired, I've stopped carrying the camera. I used to carry this enormous monster of a camera. It's been up to Mount Kinabalu. It's been to Aceh and Sumatra with me, but it started to become a huge burden because it's so much kit to carry around. And so these days, I'm much more fond of digibirding, digiscoping and digibinning. Right, with the binoculars, I figured out a very good way of taking, terrible but serviceable and identifiable photos of birds. Just twist out the eye cups, zoom in to about 50%, and then you just pop it on like this, and you can get perfectly usable bird photos. So you don't have to carry a heavy camera, and
there's some really cool adapters you can get to.
That's right.
For that. So,
yep, exactly right. So I feel like the other thing as well to me is that the camera changes the way I see birds. The camera drives me to try to think about composition and the way the bird looks and the aesthetics of the bird, and that can sometimes be very distracting. Right? What I want to really be doing is just looking at the bird, appreciating its behavior, and observing it. I don't want to be thinking about, am I in the right angle? Is it backlit? Is there enough light? What do my camera settings have to be? I want to immerse myself in the experience of the bird, not the experience of photographing the bird. So it's something that I've started to shift more towards as I get a little bit older. Younger me would have been like click 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 click. Binoculars hardly even use at all, just the camera. But these days I'm trying to bird a bit more slowly, right? And with just the binoculars and the phone. I think it's more fulfilling that way.
That's a really interesting perspective because I have talked to quite a few bird photographers, and sometimes their mindset about being in amongst birds is really different to that. As you know, I'm not a list keeper when it comes to birding. I'm just totally into the experience, and that I was going to do the sight gag with you about the eBirders. It's like, honey, have you ticked off the rosette spoonbill? While they're in a party of 15 people standing there watching something, going, honey, make sure you tick it off in eBird.
Oh God, to have someone to be your eBird mule. No, we do it ourselves.
I don't even like talking if I'm birding around other people. I think I want it to be quiet. I want to hear the birds. I don't want to hear you talking about.
And you brought up playback. So playback is starting to become more controversial. I think there's some photography competitions that have started banning playback. Playback, I feel, has its uses, but needs to be used sparingly, right? I've seen, unfortunately, from being from Singapore, I've birded a lot around Asia, and the Asian photographers can be very aggressive with their use of playback, and that started to sort of grate very heavily on me as well. So you go up to Malaysia and you see these photographers with the tape playing on loop non-stop, right? That's not how playback's supposed to be done. Playback's supposed to be a sort of targeted burst of the song, so the bird maybe gets interested and comes a little bit closer. It's not meant for the bird to sit right on your camera.
But that also tells you that those people have no idea about birds. If they are,
exactly,
if they are continually playing the song, an identification call or a territorial call of a bird that is territorial, that's the same as someone bashing on your front door non-stop with a sledgehammer for 20 hours.
We could go on for another 2 more hours about this. This is a topic that I'm actually very passionate about, and it's what has gotten many photographers angry with me, because I feel that, going back to the idea of how the camera changes the way you view nature, a lot of the increased accessibility of the digital camera and these long lenses has made bird watching a very different place these days, and it's not necessarily for the better, right? The problem is, compared to a pair of binoculars, you have to get a lot closer to the bird with a camera to get a decent view, right? Because you have a frame that's a certain set of dimensions. You want the bird to be composed in a certain way. You want the bird to be visible to a certain extent, right? You want to get as close as possible to the bird sometimes, right? People have taken passport photos of birds with just the cropped head of the bird. How close do you have to get to birds sometimes to be able to get the kind of shot? And so because of this, it's changed the way people interact with nature. And it leads to a lot of these behaviors like, baiting. We see this problem with owls here in North America, snowy owls, people harassing the snowy owls, incessant use of playback, overuse of flash photography. And these are things that we really need to sort of grapple with broadly as bird watchers and bird photographers, to have the welfare of the bird first. But you will have people who have not a lick of knowledge about what the birds are, right, developing their own very silly ideas about how they're affecting the birds. So this is complicated.
Couldn't have said it better myself, David. Couldn't have said it better myself. It's ethically quite challenging, and it's fantastic that people are taking photos and putting them out there in the world to convey some of the conservation messages that need to be made. But it's not a substitute for stamp collecting, and that's what I wish people would come to grips with. It's not train spotting, and it's not stamp collecting. Hi, Deb.
There's no point raising awareness about a really rare bird through photography if you've trashed the habitat in the process.
Hope you're feeling well, Deb. or you've stressed it out so much that it flew away after you took the photo and dropped dead.
Exactly. So, the one of the horrifying stories I saw, this was in Malaysia. I was up in Fraser's Hill, and there was a long-tailed broadbill nesting right above the trail. And you had these photographers there. Number one, they were smoking and, just dropping the cigarette butts on the trail. Number two, they were playing the tape at the nest. Like, where do you expect the bird's going to go? It's nesting. Even if it's gone out to look for food, it's going to come back. So just sit there. Don't make a sound. You'll get your shots. You don't need to use the tape.
Yeah, that's all kinds of levels of stupid, isn't it? Like, that's just amazing. Oh well, let's get off that for a minute. Where's your personal favourite spot that you've been birding or that you like to go regularly birding?
In New Mexico. Just around campus. Actually, you know what? It's always going to be just around campus because university campuses tend to have lots of nice trees. In Singapore, the National University of Singapore, there is a nice little forested area on campus where some really unusual birds have been seen. I was once bringing around a guest who was visiting from India, from Bangladesh, and we had our first ever record of chestnut-bellied marcoha for that site, and grey-headed fish eagle, and all these really cool birds. On campus, because we're in New Mexico and we have a duck pond, it's the only bit of standing water from huge radius around. So all these weird ducks show up. Right now, it's mostly mallards and wintering American widgeon. But once in a while, last week we had a ringneck duck, and we often get these weird ducks once in a while showing up. And because there are trees and there's water, you're going to get all these hummingbirds coming back very soon, and all these wood warblers. The perulit's going to be coming through as well. Last year we had a Canada warbler show up, and it was super, super unusual because we don't get that very often on this side of the flyway. So yeah, you don't have to go very far, right? Before I got here, one of my favorite spots was just the park near my house. I used to live near a river, and this is an entirely artificial habitat. This river had a floating wetland that was constructed in the middle of this river. It's just pontoons with, tall grasses growing on it. And birds would show up, right? Purple herons would show up. We had Pallas's grasshopper warbler show up for multiple years. It's probably the same bird that keeps coming back to this exact same completely artificial, completely man-made wetland, and yet there are still birds. So I my general advice to people who are starting out birding is start local. You don't have to travel to the densest forests of Borneo. You don't have to go all the way to Papua New Guinea to find cool birds. Start local and then work your way around from there.
Just an extension from something you mentioned about mallards, because you're from sort of my corner of the world, and
right.
Mallards are not
duck-free zone.
Well, we've got plenty of ducks, but
yeah, right. In the south, yeah.
But what I've always wanted to know is, do you notice that there are hybrid mallards and other species in the populations that you're seeing in America? Is that
on the northern?
Is that a real issue?
We're on the northern edge of this hybrid zone between domesticated or the common mallard and the Mexican duck, which looks very, very similar. So in fact, I think this Sunday, today there was reported a pure Mexican duck down by the Rio Grande River, sort of in the downtown area. So I'm going to be trying to carve out one day this weekend to just go there and see it. And it's a pure looking duck that's sort of roosting with a huge bunch of hybrids, showing sort of slightly different traits mixed in here and there. But ducks, yeah. I'm from Singapore, where we hardly have any ducks. We have the lesser whistling duck, occasionally wandering whistling duck, and then once in a while, extremely rarely, cotton pygmy goose, and then maybe huge 5-10 year gaps before one of these vagrant ducks. There was a tufted duck that showed up, I think, a gadwall that showed up as well. But yeah, very few ducks. So, growing up, ducks were never sort of big on my radar. And then you start going further afield bird watching and realize, shit, ducks are a pain in the ass to identify because there's so many hybrids.
That's right. They're a real challenge. I mean, look, that's one of the great things. Australia's got so many unique ducks that
Right.
we once you sort them out, you're pretty right.
I mean, on a related issue, the first time I showed up in Perth, I was so surprised to see little grebe, which is not a duck, but duck-like,
Yeah.
just wandering around Kings Park, and I was like,
Yeah.
that's the same little grebe we have back home. And then I
But
looked
it's
up,
not the same.
it's not, it's Australasian grebe now, exactly.
Yeah.
But then you look up the book and you realize, this Tachybaptis genus is such a huge range across the old world. It's remarkable.
And really, the only way to be sure that they are in fact distinct species is the genetic work that's been done. So.
Exactly. So a lot of this work that we do, has very real impacts, pretty much, right? Australian black duck and all that. Oh God, I have such fond memories of bird watching at Kings Park. It's such a beautiful place.
Oh well, when you come to Australia again, you can check out some of.
I'll be back. Yeah,
corner. And
I need to visit the Australian Museum. I need to visit the Western Australian Museum for my work. A lot of my work is museum based these days. So
well, I'll invite myself along if you come back and you're going on a museum trip.
There we
I'd
go.
love to come and be a fly on the wall and see what happens when when scientists hang out at museums together. So, David, let me follow up on your favourite bird watching place. What's your bucket bird watching location for your bucket list?
Ooh, there's so many places. I mean, I'm looking at where I've been to, right? And there's so many parts of the world that I've yet to see. I've yet to bird anywhere in South America. I've yet to bird anywhere in Africa. I've only birded, small chunks of Europe and small chunks of East Asia. I've only birded Perth in mainland Australia. I need to get to the other side of Australia. Actually, the one big bucket place I've been wanting to go to, oddly enough, obviously I want to go to many, many places. I want to go to Halmahera. Indonesia is going to take a lifetime to finish birding, and that's one big thing I'm trying to do. But the one place in Australia I really want to bird is Darwin, because Darwin has so many birds. It's remarkable, right? That stretch from the desert all the way, past Kakadu towards the Queensland side, where it becomes much more tropical, right? You have such a huge diversity of birds there. Obviously, rainbow pitta, in just outside the city limits of Darwin. I need to go and tick that for sure. But Gouldian finch, magpie goose, all these Australian endemics, all these really old lineages of birds, of songbirds, that are in Australia. I need to spend a significant amount of time and money traveling through Australia, ticking as many birds as I can.
You better get them before they're gone, David.
That's
the message there.
I want to see a night parrot. I desperately want to see a night parrot. I've shaken hands with a man who has once ringed a night parrot, so I've got the scent of night parrot stuck somewhere in my pores.
Well, make sure you keep an eye on the channel because we have a night parrot series coming up.
There we go.
So I won't name drop yet, but we do have a fair bit of night parrot coming up. All right, David. What is your favourite bird?
Oh, how dare you ask that kind of question? How dare you? I am deeply offended by this. What is my... How do you expect me to choose? There are so many good birds out there.
It's a challenge, mate, but you have to have an answer for that.
Oh God. It's got to be a pitta.
I'll let you have the genus. That I would have let you have a family if you needed to go that far. But
I will say, honestly, oh God, mangrove pitta. It's such a weird bird, right? It looks superficially like a blue-wing pitta, but it's got this honking great bill. It lives in the mangrove swamps, one of the best habitats in Southeast Asia. Right, and one of the threatened habitats of Southeast Asia. It's got this incredibly sonorous call, and they're just such beautiful birds. I mean, pittas in general are gorgeous. The banded pittas, the Gurney's pittas, all these pittas are just remarkable birds. But yeah, it's so hard to decide because there are so many really exciting, really cool Really, you're better off asking me, continent by continent, which is my favorite bird, right? To which I'll say, Africa, green-breasted pitta, Asia, mangrove pitta, Australia, noisy pitta, America, no favorite bird because there's no pittas, South America, closest I can get, some kind of ant pitta or sapayora. That's it.
Now, of course, the answer is that the best bird or your favourite bird is every bird.
No, it's the binchuk.
The binchuk
Needs to win best Australian bird of the year every year. All right, it is worthy of the title.
Do you know when I was a kid, I used to go and I was a kid. I don't know, seven. Here's my 8, story. 9, 10. Can't remember exactly, but I used to go ringing white ibis in a fairly well-known rookery, and everybody made fun of me. Why would anyone want to do anything with those stupid birds? Right? And it's amazing. But white ibis, cool birds.
Australian magpie, cool bird, murderously violent, but still cool nonetheless.
Yeah. And they don't swoop unless someone's done something to them to make them swoop you. So and they remember you. They have a very good memory.
Oh, for sure.
They can identify. My local magpie doesn't swoop me, but swoops every other bloke. So
and I was stunned when they first opened their mouths. The sound that comes out of that little face of theirs is remarkable.
Yeah. And well, there we go. And they are a fantastic murder bird. There's no doubt about it.
Oh, I love these murder birds so much. Yeah.
All right, bucket list bird. What's the bird that? You are a list keeper, so what's your bucket list bird?
The big one before it's gone, Guernsey's pitta. That's a species that's hugely endangered. There used to be a population in Thailand that we're not sure if it's around anymore. I think there might still be a very small number of them left in Thailand, but the main population is in Myanmar and Burma. And Myanmar, unfortunately, right now, deeply politically unstable, but also the area where they live is under threat of deforestation. Big problems there. And that's one of my big bucket list birds. I mean, obviously, I've got tons of bucket list birds to have to tick off. I'm also starting to shift away from ticking species to ticking families, because families, you need to start somewhere. And there are so many families that I desperately need and I should have gotten, while traveling around, that I need to tick off. So on my recent trip to the Netherlands, I finally added great bustard to my list. So that's Otididae on my list. I finally had bearded tit or bearded reedling, so that's Penuridae on my list. I need so many families, and one of the things I'm hoping to do is to travel to Costa Rica or Puerto Rico to get myself a toady, and that's one of the families I'm. It's not threatened in particular, but it's such a gorgeous looking bird, and it's something I've always wanted to see for a long time.
Well, I reckon that's pretty cool. Let me ask you about the pittas in general, about their conservation status. Again, it's off the questions, but it's from something that you mentioned. I'm really interested in what generally the state of the pittas are across the entire range.
Broadly speaking, within the genus Pitta, so the colorful ones, not the multicolored ones, they're generally okay, except for the fairy Pitta, which is endangered or vulnerable, one of those categories. But it's starting to, the fairy Pitta's population has been in decline for quite a while, and we're not entirely sure why, because we know that deforestation has largely come to a stop in its breeding territories in places like south of Japan, in Taiwan, and in eastern China. We suspect that part of the decline might be due to what's happening in their wintering grounds. And the problem is we don't even know. We sort of know vaguely that they may winter in Borneo, but we don't exactly know where. Other endangered pittas, the other one would be the black-faced pitta in the Solomon Islands, also, habitat loss. It's possible that the black-faced pitta may no longer be around in Bougainville anymore because, no one's really been looking, and Bougainville's right now not exactly the easiest to get to.
Yeah.
So those are the two pittas that are under threat. And as we start, finding new pitta or splitting new pitta species, we're going to have to start reckoning also with some of these new species potentially already being threatened by the time we identify them as new species. So elegant pittas, which are now three species, right? The Bandasi pitta, the ornate pitta, and the elegant pitta. They're in the lesser sundas, and we know that deforestation is also starting to happen in a big way in many of these islands. And so we need to start thinking conservation-wise as well.
Do pittas take to captivity? Is there a chance of establishing insurance populations and spreading them around the globe?
I mean, there are pittas in zoos around the world, but from what I can tell, there are no substantial populations of pittas. And captive breeding is only part of the story, as we talked about just now, right? If the other threatened pitta, endangered pitta, is mangrove pitta, because mangrove habitats are being wiped out all across East Asia, Southeast Asia especially. But if these birds have no habitat to go back to, then what's the point of keeping them in captivity, right? Breeding them in captivity. We still need to think about conservation at the habitat level, at the level of the environment that these animals need to survive. So much as I appreciate the work that zoos are doing for conservation and for education, we also need to have as much a focus, and zoos are also thinking about this as well, about the ecosystems that these natural habitats that support these organisms. So when it comes to things like mangrove pitta, we need to start appreciating mangroves better, and we have started appreciating mangroves better. Following the tsunami on Boxing Day, was it 2006? People have started realizing mangroves are an important part of coastal protection. So it's not just about the bird, right? The bird is a proxy for a bigger fight that we have to talk about, which is that these habitats not just sustain animals, but they sustain us, right? Yes, we don't go and browse on the spinifex grass in Australia, but they serve an important ecosystem function, right? All these natural landscapes, help to regulate temperature, prevent flooding, help to, ensure that pest species don't go crazy. And so we need to work this into our common sort of awareness of nature, common understanding of nature. So, and we think that the fairy pitta, we have to realize then it reminds us that conservation is not restricted by political boundaries. It has to be transboundary. It has to be collaborative. It has to be big picture.
So to round things off, David, you've grown up in Singapore. Obviously been a few places around the world looking at birds, and now
not enough.
Not enough, but you're getting around, and you're now in the sort of southwest of America. What's your gut feeling about the state of play in conservation? What do you think? Where have we moved in the last 10 years, and is it different in Singapore as you know it compared to what you're experiencing in the US?
That's a very hard question to answer. Conservation has certainly evolved a lot over the years. One thing I appreciate about conservation that's moving toward, in the direction it's moving towards, is that it's become a lot less colonial, which I'm very, very happy to see. Right, a lot of conservation in the past has been driven by colonial structures, and we're starting to realize that local knowledge, and sort of the knowledge of people who live, where the birds are, has become very instrumental to our understanding of and protection of the natural world, right? We talk about, for example, in Australia and here in the Southwest as well, fire regimes, the old sort of colonial idea of, don't cut anything down, don't let anything burn. We now know it's bad, right? We need to burn, but we need to burn things in a controlled manner to prevent the big fire from happening.
And it's okay to cut things down. Just don't cut everything down.
Right. Don't cut every bloody tree down. There are sustainable ways of managing the environment, and a lot of this knowledge is not new. A lot of this knowledge has been existing with traditional cultures for a long, long time. And so we need to start appreciating the fact that, the old ways are not viable moving
I've
forward.
always loved the idea, and when I say loved, I mean love. The idea that John Gould first described these bird species, that he discovered them because somebody shot them in Australia, skinned them, and sent it back to London.
Exactly.
I think there are a few people in with bare feet who had been wandering the pathways for many centuries, who knew all about those birds. So yeah, I take
Absolutely.
your point about the colonialism, and also that the knowledge repositories were in the great cities. That's
Yes.
always been a
So,
worry for
but
me.
that's an ongoing process. Obviously, we've not reached the end of that road yet, right? A lot of, again, and you brought up this idea about knowledge being concentrated in big cities, and it still is the case, right? A lot of the big museums around the world where I, do my research, in London, in New York City, in the Netherlands, in Amsterdam, in Leiden in this case, and we need to start thinking about how we can build capacity in the developing world, right? Because it's not just about people from rich countries, and Singapore, is a fairly wealthy country, and it's not, we can no longer just parachute in, do all the work, publish it, get all the credit, and then piss off, right? We need to recognize that a lot of these developing countries, there is a lack of capacity, not because they don't want to do anything. It's because they can't, they don't have the resources. And so there needs to be more parity and more equity as well happening, especially, not just in research, but in conservation circles as well, so that, the rising tide will lift all boats, and so everyone benefits from conservation, right? You have local interest in conserving the environment. There are incentives for conserving the environment as well, and it's much more sustainable, really.
Well, David, you've raised so many issues that I'm sure we're going to have to talk again to follow some of them up. Light pollution, buildings, where we put buildings, the spectrums of the light pollution that we have out there. So many things to talk about, and of course, I hope that people have learnt a little bit about pitters and have been, and will now be getting on Google and putting in mangrove pitter and and learning
Never
about
mind
them.
mangrove pitta, just go to your nearest patch for noisy pitta. Take a drive up to Darwin for rainbow pitta. Start local, get the local
Yeah,
pittas.
you know what? I I don't know if you've heard about Bird a Minute, David, but there's this new. We're starting this new. I didn't start it, but I've jumped on board. Uh, Bird a Minute. You go out and you just walk and you see how many birds you see, and you can only keep progressing as long as you see a new species, which
Ooh.
means that you're going to have to get familiar with your local birds to be able to travel further in your local patch. But then you can go to somewhere that, like a wetland or something, and really increase your potential numbers as well as the distance you can travel. But we're going to do a whole
Very nice.
another thing
Looking
on that.
forward to that.
Yeah, but you don't need, the point being that get familiar with what's around you.
Mhm.
Every bird, whether it's an introduced blackbird or uh, the sparrows or whatever, they're all going to teach you something about birds if you
Sure.
watch them, and then you'll begin to be able to work out which ones are males and females and juveniles, and which one's a tree sparrow and which one's a house sparrow, and then you'll learn a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more, and then before you know it, you might be Dr. David Tan.
Oh,
All
geez.
right.
Far from it.
Yeah. Well, when 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 are you expecting to finish the PhD,
It's an
and
American
when?
PhD. You can go on for years.
So what? 2030, we'll be talking to Dr. Tan,
35. Yeah.
mate. How can you afford to live in America until
I know, that's true.
2030, pal?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, well, um, David, thanks. I'm so glad that I I was researching bird strike in Asia, and I came up with your name. You're famous, David.
No, I'm just good with putting myself out there. I'm a bit of a whore. That's
I, I'm really interested in the idea of maybe trying to do some educational stuff focused on Singapore and Asia, even while you're over there, because we have the tools to do it.
I think Singapore is fine. We have lots of bird watchers, lots of interest, but it's really the more underserved parts of Asia that needs a lot of this focus, and could benefit from so much more.
Yeah, well, we'll keep in touch about that.
For
Viewers, keep an eye out for that. David, if someone wants to follow your exploits, have you got some social media that you do?
Just follow me on Twitter or Instagram, I guess. It's very hard to... my Twitter handle is very complex, but it's Geek Speak and Leet Speak, so it's G33K53P4K.
Hey, David, this is where I go. It'll be in the description below.
It'll be in the show notes, that's right.
It'll be in the show notes, exactly. So I'll pop that there. Whichever you're happy to share, just let me know. What are you publishing soon?
So we've got a paper coming out. My former student now leading the paper on, and this is actually a very exciting story. So he's been brushing my birds looking for parasites, and we find all kinds of things. We find mites, we find lice, we find these hippoboscate flies, or what we call the KED flies. These are flat flies that suck the blood of birds. But we've also been finding these flies with lice attached to them. So these lice, which don't have wings and so don't disperse very well, may be using these flies as taxis to get from one bird to another. And this may actually be a very powerful way of these lice to find new hosts.
New places.
Right, and this is actually very cool. We found a louse on a hippoboscate fly in Singapore on a black-naped oriole. Black-naped oriole does not make it as far as Australia, but this louse, this louse has only been recorded in Australian birds. It's never been recorded on our side of Wallace's Line before. So that's really, really exciting. These flies might actually be helping these lice to spread.
Wallacea, the mysteries of Wallacea.
Oh God, so much to be done.
And how much will be unlocked with the advances in genetic analysis of...
genetics is one thing, but it's just looking, it's observation, right? The more we observe, there's still so much to be done, so much to be seen that we
Amazing. Well, there we go. It's not often we get a bit of louse content on the bird.
There we go.
Bird emergency, but if you're looking for lice, this is one of the places to come. David Town, thanks so much. It's been illuminating. I've learnt so much. Hopefully everybody who's listening and watching has done the same. I'm Grant Williams. This has been the Bird Emergency. Thanks again. Bye.
Bye-bye.
So, there we go. How is that? Oh, yeah, I'm on. No. How was that? That was pretty cool. I forgot how much we talked about. That was I also forgot how long it went. But pretty wild. I might add earlier on, remember I had said I would make that clip feature available. I've just checked on the it's just disappeared too, hasn't it? On Ariel's page, and the clip thing is now there. Well, I think what we need to do now, well, I certainly need to, is charge up the cuppa. So yeah, thanks, Naomi. It was great. I'm going to reach out to David in a couple of days and see if if I can actually get a panel together to do maybe a Saturday or a Sunday. What I want to do is, the Sunday sessions. Stan, thanks. Educational and me are not often jammed into the same conversation, so it was great to have David along. Isn't it amazing how many times a conversation that you are setting up to be about one thing, and in the conservation and ecology space, just moves out into so many different branches, but we keep always hearing the same thing, and it's about habitat retention. Every message we talk about, awareness. Everything comes back to retaining the habitat that you have around you. Deb, that's great. I'm glad you enjoyed that. Let's get your comment up. I'm glad you're feeling better too. Great. I'm glad you're getting back out into the garden. Now I'm just going to get Ariel up ready to go, and then it's coffee break, loo break, I think, for everyone, right? Why? They really need to fix this search function on YouTube. Here we are. This is crazy. This is crazy. Right. I'm going to... That's better. So I'll just mute myself, head off for a coffee and a wee wee. Put the banner up where we are. Coffee and loo break. There we are. Oh, that's good. Just had some. Naomi, I'm not sure of his Insta, but I'll look that up. I did just try and grab his Twitter and put it on screen, but of course I can't search Twitter. I can't load Twitter at the moment. It's a mess. So I will when I've just got everything up and going, I'll jump into the Insta and go back to my original email with him where he gave me what he was happy to share, and I'll dig it out and grab it. But in the interim, let's I'll just get that one ready, and then grab the coffee that we all well, I certainly need, and do that little lip, and there we go. That's what's coming up. Oh, look, I've got the same backdrop. Okay, back in a minute. All right, back with the. Let me put myself up there. Back with the snack choice of champions. So there we are. All right, are you? Have you all done what you need to do? I'll put us back on full screen there. Oh, crunchy. Ready? Thumbs up if you're ready to go. Mm-hmm. Gee, I've just checked for David's Instagram. I just searched David Tan Instagram bird strike, and all the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, they're nearly all David Tan speaking to me. So I'll have to search the email. So we'll get back to that. Okay, I'm going to start running this. So yeah, the ticker's still going, so people will know what we're on about. Enjoy. Hello, bird nerds. I had to leave that screen on just for editing purposes there. It's great to be back with you, bird nerds. I'm Grant. I'm a bird nerd. I'm coming to you from Wurundjeri country in Melbourne, Australia. And I'm joined today by one of our neighbours from across the ditch, Aotearoa, New Zealand, Ariel Heswall, who is a PhD candidate at the University of Auckland. Ariel, welcome to the Bird Emergency. You're a sensory ecologist. Tell us what that is.
Cool. Well, thank you for having me. It's such an honor and privilege to be here. So I study sensory ecology, which is practically the study of how animals and other plants perceive the environment and how they interact with each other using their sensory features. For example, how do animals find food? How do they avoid predation? And how do they find their mates, all using their sensory features? So that's practically what a sensory ecologist studies. And I use this on seabirds and how they perceive their environment.
And the focus of what we're going to talk about is the work that you've been doing and the extended work that so many teams of people have been doing on light pollution on birds, both affecting their behaviour, perhaps affecting their regular movements, and some of the tragic effects that can have. And we're also going to talk about plastic pollution, which is never too far away from our minds when we're talking about any seabirds. But it might surprise people to know that New Zealand is sort of becoming the focus of this kind of research around the world. Probably one reason, I'm supposing here, Ariel, you can probably correct me if I'm wrong, but I would imagine that it's so because Auckland is so close to some major colonies of birds, and that they're moving through to Australia. So there's a lot of people on this side of the Tasman Sea who can follow up. It's not to downplay the work that's going on in Europe and in South America and Central America on the Pacific Islands as well, but there's a real concentration in seabird research at all the universities in New Zealand and, of course, here in UTAS. So, good stuff. Tell us a little bit about the aims of your PhD research and the methodology, and then we'll get into some of the groovy images and talk to those.
Sure. Well, the overall aim is to just look at how seabirds perceive light pollution and plastic pollution in terms of the different colors of lights and colors of plastic. So color is a very big thing as part of my PhD. And I look at it and how the seabird sees it for itself, not how us humans perceive the plastic or the light, but how the seabirds do, because they're the ones who are interacting with it and becoming harmed by it. And so we need to look at it. I'm looking at it from their own perspective. And I do this by doing little experiments, little trials, testing different colors of lights and plastic colors, as well as then using a bunch of statistics to model it into the seabird's vision. And then we can look at it from the seabird's perspective.
How do you what equipment do you use to measure that, and how do you know what a seabird is perceiving? So I'll just put up while you're talking. I'll just put up some of the shots of you sort of collecting information.
Yes, so that was at Tawharanui, where we were looking at light attraction. We collaborated with the Northern New Zealand Seabird Trust on those ones. And so we're looking at different colors of lights and if they were more attractive or not. And how we look at it from a seabird's perspective is that we have a little device, which is a spectrometer. And so this captures the wavelengths and the reflection and the transmissions of the lights. And then we're able to use that data to then model it into a seabird's vision. And the seabird's vision we obtain it from past research and papers, as which looks at the peak wavelength which a seabird can see. So if we get the eyeball physiology and the anatomy of a seabird, past researchers have looked at what wavelengths of light really excites the seabird's cones and rods in the retina, and it also looks at the oil droplets and things. So it's a very complicated way, but which has only been done in so far a couple of seabird species. And by using that data, that's how we can see how a seabird actually perceives the environment, because they actually have that their eyeball vision with the rods and cones.
So I'm interested in how that information is collected. Like, is that similar? I mean, to use the kind of imagery that so much of us would be familiar with is when you see people with the skull cap on their head with all the little magnets around it, and then they're being showed different images or on screens, and then the brain waves are being mapped. Is that the kind of process that people have gone through to know whether the rods and cones are being triggered in a seabird?
Sadly, it's not. It's
How do you know if the rods and cones are being triggered when different spectrums of light are being directed to them?
So we need it requires very fresh eyeball, and it needs to be, sadly the seabird has to be dead at the time, and so it needs a fresh eye. And then they use, I can't remember the exact equipment, but it uses they shine a bunch of electrons. They shoot a bunch of electrons and light wavelengths at the eye, and then it stimulates it.
Okay, so if the eyeball is fresh enough, it's like, you know, it's like if the body is still quivering, kind of thing. That those processes that would happen in a live bird are triggered and are able to be measured by some kind of spectrometer or resonance imagery or something. So the nervous system is still reacting through the optic nerve and the retina. Okay, so cool. I had this image of all of these seabirds that have been collected from, you know, dropping on the ground or, you know, into the lights of fishing or research vessels, and they go, all right, let's put the skull cap on the little fella. And
I mean, as much as like that would probably be better than the bird dying.
well, that's the sad thing. I'm not sure whether this would affect the results, but obviously the only cohort of specimens that you can examine are dead ones. So the birds that exhibit one characteristic in their behavior are the only ones that you can study.
For the eyeball physiology?
Yeah. Because you don't have any data from the birds that haven't been attracted and come to some demise because of their behavior with light.
Yeah, so with that, it has to be super fresh. So it needs to be like absolutely freshly dyed, which there's some studies actually being conducted in Hawaii. And she's actually under Hannah Moon. She's a PhD student there, and she has done, and she's managing to get the wavelengths there to add to some more of the data and have the bird freshly dead and like euthanize it. And so to get ethics and permits to do that, no, beforehand in the past we used to go and just like shoot a dead seabird and like collect it from that. But nowadays, like it's very, very rare to get the peak wavelengths. So even if it doesn't have to be species specific if you got ethics and permits, but you know, you're most likely not going to get those ethics and permits because it's direct. You'd have, unless the bird was actually dying, then you're not going to be able to do that.
Now, of course, the internet dropped you out just on that really specific bit about Hannah's research. So can you tell us again about what she's discovered and what she's studying? I think we got the gist about how difficult it is to do this kind of research and getting the appropriate ethical clearance from your institution and perhaps the government. But what's her focus and how is she doing it?
Yeah, so she's doing a similar thing. So she's also looking at light pollution and how it also affects some Hawaiian birds with her lab. And she also, so she's also got ethics and permits to look at the spectral and measure the spectral sensitivities of the eyeballs with the seabirds there. And she's yet to publish, and I believe that's as much as I am aware of what she's doing. But she's doing some amazing work to help contribute and build up that database.
Seabirds is a really general or wide category. So do you know whether she's focusing on shearwaters or petrels or
the Hawaiian petrel as one of them, and which is endangered petrel in Hawaii, and also I believe the what else was she do? The Newell shearwater. That's right. Yeah.
Okay. Of course, regular listeners and viewers will know that's the focus of this show. Generally, is endangered birds, so this fits in really nicely. Your work's a little bit more general in terms of the species that you've been covering, but just on that endangered bird thread, have you been analysing much data of birds that are either endangered or worldwide or in New Zealand specifically?
Probably. I wouldn't say they've been my seabird species have been very endangered. The ones which I'm focusing, probably the closest to probably being rare or endangered would be the black petrel, which is extremely susceptible to bycatch. And there's been some data on over 600 black petrels were caught in fishing gear a year. And we've had black petrels being susceptible to light pollution. And black petrel is probably one of the rarest ones and then more endangered, I believe. The Cook's petrels is another one. It's more of a relict species, so it was once very widespread, but is now only really on Little Barrier Island, Great Barrier Island, and Codfish Island. And those ones are very susceptible to light pollution. Yes.
Those three islands, they've all had the invasive predators eradicated, haven't they?
Just really Little Barrier. I believe they're really working on Codfish Island, but Little Barrier is predator free, which is a great place. Yeah.
I'm testing my memory, but I think is Codfish Island, Kakapo, and some of the penguins also on that island.
There's also a really critically endangered Whenua diving petrel, which the Department of Conservation is monitoring, and those are also very susceptible to light pollution.
Yeah. I think that's what's triggering me for Codfish Island. That one.
Yeah.
I'll have to put a map up because tell us where Codfish Island is in relation to Australian listeners, and maybe those around the world might know that Auckland's on the North Island, and that when we're talking about Kakapo and some of the penguins down on the southern end of the South Island. So where is Codfish Island in relation to Auckland?
Yes, so Codfish Island is Codfish Island is way down in the South Island. It's like
right down at the south. Yep. So
yeah, it's close.
It's in that Kakapo, Kakapo region, shall we? Okay, good. Okay, let's get back on track and have a look at let's talk about what happens to a seabird that has a reaction to our. Actually, no. Let's set up the scene. What have we done with artificial light? Like these birds. Let's explain their habit. They're out fishing all day, generally, aren't they? Out to sea. So if they stayed out at sea all the time, this wouldn't be such a drama for them. But their habit is that in the breeding season particularly, they are coming back to a colony on land. Now, we've gone and put street lights up, hoardings on billboards, fluorescent lights of different colours to advertise products that make us fat and lazy. What are the dangerous spectrums for these birds that are coming back to light? Like, is it back to their colony, to their nesting burrows, or just coming back to rest? Is there a particular kind of light that is problematic?
Yes, so there's been a bunch of some studies done recently on this, and there's been some studies done on in Australia, I believe, in Southeast Australia. Can't remember the name of the island, but they tested to see if metal halide, light emitting diodes, and also high pressure sodium lights, because those were on the island, and they were just testing which ones were more attractive to I believe, the short-tail shearwaters which breed there. And it turns out that the metal halide was much more attractive for the seabirds compared to the light emitting diodes and the high pressure sodium lights. And so a lot of the time we seem to adopt more LEDs because it does seem to have a reduction of the impact. However, it's not really it's the lesser of the two evils. It's not the greatest, but it does have seen a reduction in the seabird attractions. But there's also been some research on different colors of lights, because along the spectral wavelengths, it has often been it's often theorized that seabirds and other birds can see UV light, and also they see, because they see a lot more than humans. Humans are for their vision, human vision, they're trichromatic, which means they can really see the red and blue, and I believe green. Oh my goodness, I'm getting mind is going somewhere. But birds now can also, a lot of the birds are supposedly being able to see UV as well. So this is, and lights, a lot of them can emit UV as well. So it can be very attractive and disorientating for them. And that's a very important factor to consider. There's been some, I believe Australia has emitted now some guidelines to reduce light pollution and try and conserve the environment, and to help save and conserve other seabirds, shorebirds, and animals which are affected by light pollution. And as part of the guidelines, I believe they suggest to use LEDs, which have been filtered from UV and blue. And so those ones, until further research is done, are most likely your best options, especially the short wavelength ones. But it is also tricky because it's also very species dependent. So some seabird species and other migratory bird species may or may not actually be attracted to the blue light or red light. It's very, very species dependent and location dependent.
And just to give people an idea of what kind of uses metal halide lights are used for, outdoors, it's generally that commercial lighting, industrial lighting. It's to light up the billboard on the factory, the big advertising on the shopping strip malls, public space like security lighting, lighting paths if it's required really bright. That's usually metal halide. All the parking lots around shopping centres, that's generally metal halide. Sports arenas, the lightings, they're moving away from it, as you mentioned, Ariel. For the big professional sporting grounds, they're often moving away from the worst kind of lighting. But all the suburban rugby grounds, soccer grounds, and whatnot, that are, and netball courts that are run on a shoestring, if they've got old lighting, it's going to be metal halide, and it's probably going to remain there. The budgets for this is pretty tight, but of course, new lighting is being moved away. So yeah, you are right. There have been some guidelines in a lot of places about what we should use. I'm just looking if there was LEDs are preferable because they last a lot longer than metal halide bulbs and whatnot too. So, and because it's a modern form of lighting, you can often vary the spectrum. So if you've got people around, maybe if you're lighting up your outdoor patio, you can set the spectrum. If you want it to be bright for that time, you can turn it up, but then you can set it back down to a less damaging spectrum. So, with that preamble, tell us what you've discovered about which, what's the most damaging or dangerous in terms of attracting birds, changing their behaviour and attracting them to places where they shouldn't be, and what are the effects on those birds? Like, what is happening to those birds that are being altered, behaviour altered?
Yes. So we're actually got a paper in press and about to be released on not about to be released. We've resubmitted it for major revisions in Peer J at the Peer J journal at the moment, and and we talk about where seabirds are becoming grounded in Auckland City and how light pollution is affecting that. And there is a very high chance and very distinct chance that light pollution, the more intense the light pollution is, such as in like CBD areas where light is more concentrated, where there's a lot more urban sky glow, this is most likely going to affect our seabirds as more are becoming attracted, disorientated, and end up grounding on the curbside and people's backyards, even, but beside street lights, and as well often they're found there. And it's very species specific in different parts of the world as well. It's also species specific on like probably maybe during the different times of the year. That affects when seabirds are breeding. They could be more likely to cross over, and more likely to be succumb to the lights. We're also seeing in different parts of New Zealand, like some seabirds. There've been some reports of deck strike, which is when the seabird collides with fishing vessels from the lights. In some reports in different parts of the country, you see some more species being attracted to the lights, such as white-chinned petrels. It's attracted to the fishing vessels down there, mainly because white-chinned petrels are found more further south, and they rarely find cooked petrels being attracted to the fishing vessels down there. Whereas up here in Auckland, we're seeing that there's a lot more cooked petrels attracted to the lights, and we've hardly seen any white-chinned petrels which have been attracted to the lights here in Auckland. So it's very location dependent, and it's very location dependent and species dependent, but generally light in general is, especially the more intense light, that's most likely more attractive for seabirds.
So those two examples that you've given there, I think are quite different, but let's see whether do you know what type of light it is generally on those fishing vessels that are attracting the white-chinned petrels?
Yes, so I believe some of the fishing vessels they use I believe they did use LEDs. They are, some fishermen have said that actually blue light and green light, they were less likely to attract the seabirds. However, some other fishermen suggested that red light was actually, we had less seabirds attracted during red lights. And some more studies are being done by that on if red or blue or green light are more attractive or not. So and in terms of that, definitely fishing vessels and deck strike, you can see a bit of a difference with that, and compared to say groundings in urban areas, but it's definitely something species and location orientated as well.
Now, what I'm thinking of those two examples, just thinking about the differences and what would be common with them. I'm thinking that the fishing vessels have navigation lights which are sort of a lower power than what they might be using for shining down on decks or to examine nets or pots or whatever is off the ground. So that would be concentrated down rather than up. So my train of thought there is that those downward powerful concentrated lights are going to affect birds that are close already to the vessel. That's what I'm thinking. And that their navigation lights, which might be different kinds of lights and different spectrums, are going to attract birds that are further away if there's any attraction. But your city, Auckland, has that glow that we all know from driving over a hill as we're coming home from late from a party or a weekend trip away or something, and you come back and you see the glow of the city. And that's a whole stack of mixed types of lights and mixed spectrums and mixed strengths, power of the lights. So they're two different kinds of situations and different effects. Let's talk about the city. I'm guessing that we're not seeing with seabirds the kind of catastrophic bird strike that we get with migratory birds hitting glass, obstacles like that. We're getting birds that are confused and disoriented. In effect, they're lost. Is that correct? Have I got the right slant on the birds?
Yeah. So a lot of the birds which are grounded and come into rehabilitation centers are often young fledglings, and this is also seen in Hawaii and also islands such as in the Canary Islands in the Mediterranean. And they're often fledglings which are taking flight for the first time. And as they are heading off to their foraging grounds, often sometimes there is there's the city lights and the street lights, and this, for very naive young birds, it's been theorized this is very attractive for them and disorientating, and so they often end up smacking into buildings. We've seen a lot of head injuries come in, broken wings, very traumatic internal bleedings.
Okay, so that catastrophic bird strike collisions is part of this problem.
Can happen,
just birds that are being confused and disoriented. But talking about those juvenile, sort of immature, naive birds, I don't know enough about the behavioural studies of migratory seabirds or habitual birds, moving out to shore and back. But if it's young birds predominantly, is that because they haven't learned their routes of where to go? Like, I don't think we really understand yet how birds know where to go in their patterns really well. But is that it? Do you think that they're being lured by the light because they haven't got that ingrained navigational sense, whatever that is?
So in general, we don't really know the answer to that. There are a couple of theories as to why they could be attracted and disorientated by the lights. Some studies have suggested that the light they could confuse the light with their navigational aid, with the moon and the stars and the celestial bodies. And so they get a bit confused, especially as they're leaving their burrows for the first time. And also some other theories suggest that the prey items which some of the seabirds prey on sometimes bioluminesce, and so give off a little bit of light. So there is a theory and speculation that potentially they mistake the lights for a food source of the bioluminescent prey. And however, we don't actually know the true reason. We need a lot more science and research done on that. But in general, these lights are very attractive for the younger seabirds. And this is a grey-faced petrel, which was just released last time, and he was attracted towards the lights and slammed into someone's backyard window. And luckily, though, he had no major injuries and was able to be released about a month later. And we also see a lot of cooked petrels during the month of March to April. And many of these ones are fledglings, and a good proportion of them are actually released afterwards. But sadly, the ones who don't make it, often it's because they have internal bleeding, wing injuries, and severe head trauma. But yeah, so in general, we really don't know the reason why these birds are attracted towards the lights. We have the couple of theories. Is most likely they've mistaken it as a prey item or maybe as a navigational aid. And also, us as humans, when we have a bright light shone at us, we're often a bit disorientated. It's like, oh, suddenly that came out of nowhere. And so probably as well, similar, they might also be like, oh, what's this bright light? And yeah, that could be some of the reasons.
Now, as you mentioned, this bird had a happy ending, fortunately, and look at that. There's you about to let that same bird go, isn't it?
Yes. He was very happy to be back out.
That's pretty great vision of the coastline, the ruggedness of the coastline behind you there. So just tell us whereabouts you are, where you've released him, and where you expect him to end up, and hopefully he doesn't come back to the lights. But...
Yeah. True. So we released them along Auckland's western beaches, and these beaches actually have a lot of grey-faced petrel burrows, and a lot of breeding colonies breed around there. And so we released them out there because we knew that he was found along the western beaches, and so we released him there, hoping that his burrow was close by, or at least he can fly nearby to his burrows. And because we released him when it was dusk and getting darker, so that these grey-faced petrels, they are diurnal, which means they most humans, we are awake during the day and then sleep during the night. And so usually these birds fly out to sea during the day, forage, and then return at night. So we released them just as it was getting darker so that he can return to his burrow, and hopefully he found it, and fingers crossed he's now out foraging for squid and other fishies.
So that picture I've got up there now, which is the sort of light conditions that you would be preferably releasing into, dusk, so he can get to the burrow. Just tell us about the grey-chin petrel habits. Are they a resident sedentary species? Like they're out at sea during the day, but are they returning to the same burrow all year?
Yes. So the grey-faced petrels and most seabirds themselves. Oh, that's all good. Yeah, most seabirds are actually very highly philopatric, which means that they usually return to the same breeding spot most years. There can be interchangeable. There have been some seabirds which were actually banded. So a band is when they just sort of like put a metal ring around the bird's legs so that they're able to identify them, see where they've been in the future, and also where they have been. And some birds have been found to which were born on, I think, the East Coast, have actually been found now breeding on the West Coast. And so it can be interchangeable, but a good chunk of them will remain at the site they were born in.
Now, we've just been talking then about the breeding colony, the breeding burrows. Is the problem of the light attractiveness, is that a problem that is only a breeding season issue when the birds are coming to that location? Where do they go in the non-breeding period? And are they just going to other localities with light, or are they staying at sea, or are they are they roosting on remote islands that don't have the light problem yet?
So there is most likely a trend that the seabird has to be around, and also that the light pollution, so they need to be in the right area, and also the seabird has to be there in order to succumb to the light attraction. Cook's petrels, and often when they migrate off, they're migrating off to South America, and also some parts of North America they migrate off to during the non-breeding season. And I don't think much research has been done on what happens to them if they're succumbing to a lot of light pollution over on the east side of the Pacific. But certainly when they return, we have seen actually some Cook's petrels being brought into rehab around September, October. Not many. These birds could have just been very tired from the long journey, but mainly, yes, during the breeding season. Also, it's seen around in other islands as well with seabirds. Usually, it's during the breeding season that they're more likely to succumb, because there's actually some studies, recent studies actually in the UK, which has seen that adults can be repelled by the lights. So it's a very interesting find which they found, because it seems that potentially lights are more attractive for fledglings, and however for the adults it's not as it might not be as attractive. And it seems we most likely have a similar trend with the birds which are being brought into rehab in New Zealand as well from light pollution.
Yeah, it raises a lot of questions, doesn't it? Because if it was common for most seabirds to be attracted to light when they were mature, you would think that when we're watching the cricket or the rugby or the soccer, that it would be more than silver gulls that are turning up on the playing surfaces, at the end of a game or before the game, and that isn't the case. So, be really interesting to see what other research turns up globally that might fill in some of the puzzles.
We do really have a lot of work to do in terms of this with light pollution and the behavior of seabirds, and we've only just started to scratch the surface.
Yeah, and especially when you realize how species specific it is. I mean, how many petrels are there? How many species of petrels are there worldwide? I think you've got about 20 odd just in New Zealand, just in the Auckland region, I think.
Yeah, we've got I believe the world there's over 340 species of seabirds worldwide, and New Zealand is a hot spot with over 25% of those seabirds breeding here, and many of them are endemic, such as the bull shearwater, only found breeding so far on the Poor Knights Island. And they're potentially due to differences in behavior, foraging. We're still trying to figure this out. But there was one incident in 2018 when some cruise ship lights was shining off Little Barrier Island, and about approximately 60 to 80 bullets shearwater and some flesh-footed shearwaters sadly succumb and collided with the lights from the cruise ship, and most of them sadly didn't make it. And when I was looking at those as part of my PhD, and most of them were fledglings. Yeah, a good chunk of fledglings.
When we bring up all the different kinds of examples of where seabirds are being affected, it's a massive, massive problem. I mean, you've got depending on the light, you've got potentially every coastal settlement, every navigational aid, one kind of problem. Every fishing vessel is a kind of problem. Then every recreational vessel is a problem. And then every tourist vessel is a problem. And every transport vessel may be a problem. And you just wonder how many of those at sea instances have really ever been recorded. I would think that so many of them, they just go, oh look, a dead black or grey or whitey bird on the deck. Oh, well, toss it over.
Yeah, sadly, it's very underreported because, yeah, some, especially since a lot of the people and the workers, they genuinely aren't aware that, like, this is a huge issue. And with a lot more coverage and awareness being raised in the media and places, a lot more people are starting to realize that, oh, this bird is not supposed to be here and not supposed to be attracted to, and is attracted by the lights. In Auckland, we're now starting to raise awareness for this, for the bird of the year, where I'm helping to campaign for the Cook's Petrel for bird of the year.
I thought you'd be on Team Cookie.
Yes. So we're doing that. I do the social media for Cook's Petrels for Cookie, and it's just really to just raise awareness for people that so that when people see the Cook's Petrels, they don't just dish it aside as just another bird, or they think it's supposed to be there, because often we've had people call up Bird Care Aotearoa saying that, oh, we think we found a pigeon. We don't actually know what this is, but it looks hurt. And
it's a weird looking pigeon.
So it's just some people think it's a seagull, which, I mean, that I cannot. Yes, at least they're like interested in helping, and so it's just great to have more awareness. And actually, since this year, we had a bit of media coverage, and some people have actually called me up and said that, oh, from what I saw in the news, I think I found a Cook's Petrel. And so they brought it to me at the University of Auckland, and then I was able to take it to Bird Care Aotearoa. And so it's just great having more awareness, and that's what we need more, is that to people to be more aware. Yeah.
Certainly. Let's talk about Bird of the Year, New Zealand, and Cook's Petrel in a bit more in a minute. But I wanted to follow up the media, the PR that you're getting in New Zealand about light pollution as it affects birds, particularly. There's a pretty... I want to compare it with what I see here. Now, I'm not a big consumer of commercial media anymore, but I do make a point of trying to catch a couple of the morning magazine shows, you know, Dawn in, you know, whichever capital city, you know, kind of show, and the evening news on a couple of networks, just to see what's being said and whether any conservation environment issues get in the news. Now, the dark skies movement is gets quite a lot of publicity and press, and there's a number of personalities that regularly do meteorological / astronomy kind of segments in the media talking about it, but it's always in relation to stargazing, to photography of the night sky, of looking at celestial bodies moving across the sky. I can't think of one instance I've seen in that kind of setting, or even hearing it on the radio, where anyone's talked about the impact of seabirds here. There's a little bit of talk about diurnal bird strike issues, but in New Zealand, is it now becoming something that the mainstream media is talking about, and that people like yourself and the Echolights team, or are actually being invited on to speak to, Dolly and Steve on the couch, about bird strike?
It's definitely caught a lot of media coverage. Not we have had some interviews with Bird Care and the Cook's Petrels. That's the closest we've had to interview, and also a radio interview. So it's definitely coming up there, and a lot more people are becoming interested in this, because it's grown over the years. The number of reported Cook's Petrels which have arrived at Bird Care Aotearoa has substantially increased. We were hardly getting any in 2018, and now in 2021 it's just shot up. We're getting hundreds of Cook's Petrels coming in, and so this is creating a lot more, we really need to do something about this sort of thing. And it could be due to it could be due to a combination of both. The population on Little Barrier is booming. It's doing very well, and so there's a lot more Cook's Petrels around. But also, as more humans enter into Auckland City, lights are on, more lighting, more urban sprawl. Even in towards Western Beaches and the more rural areas, we're seeing a lot more just lights dotting up everywhere, and just with more light pollution, most likely going to see a bigger chance. And so that's really is starting to capture the media's attention, where especially since it's happening in Auckland, New Zealand's largest city, and especially since we're next to this global seabird hotspot, where so many different seabirds are breeding here. And it is becoming quite of a hot topic, and we'll probably get more media coverage during the next Cook's Petrel season, which is in March to May. And we've also I've actually started these CBD Cook's Petrel patrols, with where we get a bunch of volunteers and we go around the parts of the CBD looking for Cook's Petrels. We started a bit too late in the year, so we didn't really find much in the CBD, but some people actually found some before us and reported it to us, and after us as well. So at least the seabirds were found, and we're going to be doing those starting in March. As soon as the first Cook's Petrel arrives in Bird Care Aotearoa, we will start the CBD Cook's Petrel patrols with the volunteers and monitor around Auckland City CBD.
If somebody wants to be involved in the cookie patrol, how do they go about getting involved and putting their name forward?
You could always contact me. My Twitter handle is here, and also just get in contact. I would gladly help add you to the list, and we'll be very, very keen for more volunteers to help search for lost Cook's Petrels.
Yeah. Of course, it's Ariel Heswall on Twitter, and I will of course put links there. Now, can they also get you on that website, Ariel?
Yeah, they can contact me there. Yes. Yes.
So, surprised you didn't I, that I had that prepared for precisely this moment. So there we are. And that's Ariel Heswall.wixsite.com/wixsite website, and I'm pretty sure that all the links, by the time you get around to seeing and hearing this, will be at thebirdemergency.com/Ariel. So there we are. So now, bird of the year, tell us what that is. You're obviously one of the integral parts of Team Cookie, as I've dubbed it. But who runs Bird of the Year in New Zealand? Who are the contenders? What's the hot competition?
Yes, so Forest and Bird, which is a branch, I believe, of Department of Conservation, but Forest and Bird is the organizer of Bird of the Year, and it's great to raise awareness and conservation issues for birds in New Zealand. And also Bird of the Year happens around the world as well. I believe Australia has one every couple of years. They do a Bird of the Year. But yeah, so in New Zealand, it's very, very competitive, and a lot of people love their birds. So we've had probably the most competition we're going to have for this year for Cook's Petrels will probably be there's one which is very the black stilt is actually campaigning very well, which is the kaki. And so they're doing really well. And also we have some other contenders such as the kotare, which is the sacred kingfisher. The hoiho, or the yellow-eyed penguin, has now entered into their campaign, and they're also doing very well. And also paradise shell ducks as well. And we have a wide range. And last year, New Zealand bat won the Bird of the Year, which caused a lot of upset across many of the birding community. And so the Bat of the Year contender has dropped out. So now it's going to be birds for the Bird of the Year. So, and another big contender will be the Toroa, which is the New Zealand albatross, the Royal Albatross. And I believe that came in second or third last year. So he'll probably be a big contender for Cookie, but fingers crossed we can get Cookie up there to just help with his conservation. And yeah, go Cookie.
And let's note that Southern Royal Albatross behind me on my backdrop. Thank you, Steph Burrell, for the photograph. But they are not in New Zealand on that photo. I was just checking the forestandbird.org.nz website, and I couldn't easily find Bird of the Year. So I'm wondering, do they have a separate Bird of the Year website? Is it birdoftheyear.org or something?
You might have to.
How does someone vote, or is it only happening on Twitter or Facebook, or where do people?
So I believe it opens in October. Voting opens in October. I believe it's.
There we go. That's why I can't find it, because it's not even up yet.
We're just campaigning like crazy down here. Yeah, and it'll be. I believe it's a separate webpage. It's called Bird of the Year. So just if you Google search Bird of the Year New Zealand, it should be birdoftheyear.com.
I'll link. I'll find it. I really enjoy these competitions that go mental on Twitter. I've got to congratulate you. I didn't know that you were the social media campaigner for Cookie. It's been dominating my feed, very much like when Best of Crest is going. It just everywhere. So that's great. Congratulations.
Berke Aotearoa is the campaign manager, and it was but Cookie was my idea, and also my boyfriend's idea as well. So, and it just we brought forth our idea for like, this is what we want to do for social media, and did the social media part, and but yeah, and it's a big thanks also to Berke Aotearoa for helping with the campaign. Yeah.
I have to say, Aotearoa in New Zealand have got so many cool birds. Now I say that coming from Australia, where we have so many cool birds,
Two
but
beautiful birds.
you guys name them in a really cool way as well, and just so much personality. I mean, you've got two of the most amazing parrots, obviously. You've got the takahe, as you said, the kaka.
The Tereo name for Cook's petrel is Titi, which actually means squeak, and it's such a fitting name because the Cook's petrels or Titi will actually squeak. That's what some of their calls. And another amazing name there's a really small bird which is called a rifleman, and Tereo name. They're so cute, very small, very green birds. And the Tereo name is Titipunamu, which practically translates as squeaky green stone, which is it's very cute and very appropriate for that bird.
There was an amazing photo about 2 or 3 days ago that was being shared like crazy on Twitter of the. I can't even. I'm not even going to have a go at the Maori name of the rifleman.
Okay.
I'd have to practice to get anywhere near close. But yeah, you got some great birds. I mean, even your version of the grey fantail. What do you call that over there?
Yeah, we have a couple of more. The Piwaka Waka.
Yeah, Piwaka Waka. Yes. Pretty cool name for a grey fantail, I've got to say. They're great. Okay. Well, let's sort of move away from light in a second. Just tell us what you think. Well, your research is. You've still got a year to go, haven't you? Before you'll be finished. So, based on what you've found out during the courses of the study that you've been doing, where have you sort of altered your focus, or is there more data collection that you need to do before you move into analysis?
So practically the lighting section has been done. That's done. That's been analyzed. That section is good. I'm now analyzing, doing the stats on the plastic part of my PhD.
Hold off on plastic. We're getting there. So you are you using a lot of other people's data as well to in your analysis alongside what you've collected yourself?
Rarely. I have done a literature review, but that's probably the only one which uses other people's research data as the literature review. So I look at the literature and then do some analysis from that. Otherwise, it's been the data which I've collected myself, or has been from Birdcare Aotearoa, which has been from, I've also helped build up that database, so it's helped contribute. Yeah. But yeah, it's mainly my own ones. Yeah.
Okay. Well, as you mentioned, part of your work is analysing plastics. Now, it's slightly different to how we've covered plastics on this show before, but just to set the scene, I'm going to play a video that if you regularly watch the show, you will have seen before. But this is from the Adrift Labs team, the work that they have been doing on flesh-footed shearwaters on Lord Howe Island. But we'll just
look at some of those sizes.
Do you want to grab some tweezers when you get?
Do you want me to help take things?
Yeah, because I need to grab the other stuff quickly. God, look at all the water in him still from last night. What the actual fuck? Literally soup in there. stuck in his throat. Oh my god. Okay, I should be able to work from here.
How would you describe that video, Ariel?
It's just awful. It's just, and yeah, it just shows the extent of what can happen with plastic in the marine environment if a bird was really was interested in it, and it will just fill up the stomach. There's also been records found in the white-faced storm petrels in South Island of New Zealand with just gut contents full of plastic. It's the awful reality which can happen. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks to the Adrift Lab team from Utah's Jennifer Lavers and the rest of the team. I've, of course, got an interview. You can meet the team and check that out. I think the link for that, the easy link, was thebirdemergency.com/adrift. Now, your focus is not the ingestion of the plastic and the effects because of the ingestion so much in your research, but as you mentioned, plastic is ubiquitous in the marine environment, and it's why we've talked about it a number of times on the show. You have found bits of glass as well as plastic, but all kinds of litter is out there in the environment. That's your piece from a black-back gull that you found in the gut. But your research is really focusing on what colours, what again light spectrums are reflected from plastics, and whether birds are attracted to certain types of plastic. Have I got that? Have I summarised that properly?
Yes. Yeah.
And then,
There's
then, of course, if they are, they ingest it, and then all the other effects happen. So just wanted to preface that. And the point of running the video is to show that one bird can be stuffed full of this stuff if they are attracted. Now, we discussed with the Adrift team that it might be that they mistake it for food or something like that. But there's the other slant that you're looking at, which is maybe they're not thinking it's food at all. It might be that the light spectrum causes them to be attracted to it, maybe because it resembles food, but it's not really it's not the shape or the size or things like that which might be attracting it. So working in the lab,
yeah.
I'll just run through some of these. You can tell us how you do the how do you determine what the spectrum of light being reflected is from the plastic, and just tell us the different types of plastic, what they are, and what you've found out.
Yes, so there's a bunch of us doing some research with plastics at the University of Auckland, and we're just trying to figure out if there is a preference for certain colors, and we do that by noting down the color and things, just like doing some spectral reflectance of it. And we're all about the color in the lab, so we look at colors and we actually see maybe they do prefer certain colors because it hasn't really been studied before, and also because the lot of studies has shown that it does look that the plastics could resemble the smells of the fish and the prey items, because as past research has shown, some of the prey items have emitted dimethyl sulfide, which is a chemical compound, and often bacteria builds up around plastics in the oceans and it releases the same similar chemical, dimethyl sulfide, and so the seabird could mistake it for a prey item. And we're also looking at seeing if color is also important, and could the color also resemble the color of prey. It has been suggested in the past research has shown that potentially some seabirds which have ingested red plastics because it could resemble the red krill. And so that's something which is being looking at abroad as well. And potentially the shape and size of the plastic could be very important, though a lot more research needs to be done on this. And it just opens a vast new path about sizes, weights of the plastic, what kind of weight are they more likely to ingest. Some researchers also looked at secondary ingestion, which is when the seabird prey item ingests the plastic, and then the seabird then ingests the fish, which has the plastic in it, and that has been looked at. It's been looked at abroad as well, and yeah. So it just.
So, what is there a preference demonstrated by different species? Like, have you got enough? Obviously, to get these results, you have to have dead birds, and you have to do a dissection, and like the video showed, you're pulling out bits of plastic from the digestive tract. Is your methodology species specific at the moment, or have you determined that prions or fulmars or shearwaters prefer red over yellow over green?
At the moment, we're still working on the analysis for that. Though it does, from what some previous research has shown, that it could be the case, because we've seen that in some places, I believe some islands with albatrosses, I can't remember, I think it was in the subantarctics, I can't remember which species of albatross it was, but they seem to prefer red and had a lot of red plastics in it. Whereas some other albatrosses, I believe it was some Malaysian albatrosses up in the atolls, the Pacific atolls, I believe there was some volunteers working there, and they often found a bunch of white plastics as well as some red plastics being coughed up by the seabirds. So there is a chance that it could be species specific, but I'm yet to look into that a bit further. But yeah, that's definitely something on my mind.
What's your sample size so far of birds that you've dissected?
I've got about 80 to 100 birds which I've done. It's been quite a bit, and it's probably approximately over about it's been more than 5 species, approximately less than 10, I'd say, 5 to 10 different species. Yeah.
And with the dissection and collecting and collating the plastic, so you're finding that there is a significant variation between the type of plastic that those birds in your sample have ingested, and a difference in your sample population with the colours?
Yes, so we are definitely seeing some differences, and some for some seabirds, there's I believe the Cook's petrels had a lot of tiny, really microplastic, like the very beady style ones, which most likely that was from the prey items which they're eating. And we're definitely seeing practically a range of color. We've got a lot of white plastics, some yellowish plastics, but we've also got some blues and reds as well. So we are seeing a bit of some color come up, and we're doing some more research with flesh-footed shearwaters with Wildlife Management International, And we're finding on Ohino that there's a lot of plastics also there as well with the flesh-footed shearwaters. So we're also going to look at those next time around at the end of the year, yes. And we'll be looking at the colors with them as well.
So that was an important point that you raised a moment ago, that perhaps with the Cook's petrel, that they may not be ingesting plastic because they are seeing plastic and thinking, oh, I'll grab some of that. It's actually what they are eating has already ingested the plastic, and that when the prey is dissolved, obviously what's left in the digestive tract, if it hasn't been passed, if it's small enough to pass, it probably gets out. If it's not, it's stuck in the gut. So I guess there's two facets there. Some birds might be actively seeking prey and ingesting plastic, thinking that it's prey, and some maybe not interested in plastic at all, but you're still finding plastic within them.
Yes, yeah. And sadly, there has been some actually research recently looking at, there was some work with gannets and the fish which the gannets was ingesting. And they did some work on that, and they did find plastic pieces in the fish which the gannets were ingesting. And we have a master's student who's studying plastics in the gannets now. And it seems that definitely we still don't really know the extent of it, but it does appear that like secondary ingestion is definitely involved and occurring, but also primary ingestion is another major one where the seabird does actively go and ingest the plastic, like with the flesh-footed shearwaters in Australia that time. Yeah, that's awful. Yeah.
Yeah, there is so much to learn. There's the variation within seabirds for their methods of fishing, their preference for prey, the size that they are taking is leaves you with several postdoc projects, I would imagine, to follow up if you want to stay in the field, Ariel. So what's the tack that you will take now with your research? How do you get access to the specimens?
Usually they might be from beach patrols. So with Birds New Zealand, they often do a lot of beach patrols along western beaches and eastern beaches. So I gather a lot of very stinky carcasses and then dissect those. And usually that can be at the museum. The museum is also a great place which has a lot of cadavers and seabirds which have been brought in. So I've often used those ones. Yeah.
Now, those photos we were looking at before, you just mentioned the museum. They're not from you dissecting at the museum, are they? That was you in the lab at the university.
Yes, somewhere at the lab at the uni. Yeah, somewhere at the museum.
Oh, okay. So they were different desks. Okay, we'll have to offline sort out which ones are which so that I can caption them correctly. I just thought you were in a different side of the room, but different room. Okay, great. Ariel, what should people do if they find a bird that is either affected? Well, we don't know. They won't know why the bird is in a situation where they can pick it up, handle it, and do something with it. Let's talk about if they find a seabird. How do you handle a seabird? Do you need to take precautions, both for your own health, but also with avian influenza whizzing its way around the northern hemisphere? Do you need to take some sort of biosecurity measure to protect other birds. Perhaps you've got cage birds or something, or maybe you've got chooks or something. If you find a
Yes.
bird,
So,
what should you do?
probably the best thing to do would be to call the SPCA or Bird Care Aotearoa. And if you can get the seabird to a vet or a rehabilitation center, that would be incredible. And also let DOC know, as the Department of Conservation, know that that there's a native seabird which has been found. And if you can also place the bird in like a little box, and if the box can have a towel, if you have don't use try not to put any like gels or oils on your hand while you're handling the bird, and try, if you have gloves, use your best to use gloves while handling the bird. But if you don't have gloves, then that's not too bad. Just make sure you sanitize between. If you handle another bird, just sanitize and wash your hands between doing that. And and then take it to a rehabilitation center and or the local vet.
I think that's pretty clear, but I like to muddy the water because my brain works overtime. Just say you were on a walk and you found 3 or 4 birds that had been affected somewhere, like maybe close to a rookery or something, and you collected multiple 2, 3, 4 birds, perhaps different species even, because of the risk of influenza. If you were to handle them, obviously you're either changing disposable gloves or washing your hands and sanitizing between handling each bird. But would you also put them in separate boxes so that if it's clear, if it's unclear that they've ever had any contact before, you should try and maintain that separation, shouldn't you?
Yeah, and also some seabird species don't like close quarters with each other, so it could promote some little aggressive behavior. But yes, also don't know what disease one could have, and another one may not have diseases. So yeah, it's definitely best to put them in separate boxes or put them in separate towels if you can, and put them in a box in a dark area. Yeah, definitely, to try and keep them safe from that.
And of course, it's not very likely that is going to occur, that situation. But if birds are attracted to a particular source of light, it's also quite possible that you would find more than one, and maybe not all at the same time. But if you're caring, maybe you can't get to the vet, or it's 2 days until you can actually go to the rescue centre, wherever you're going to take them. You may have a couple, or you may already be a carer, and you may have a magpie or a bird that's been hit by a car or something, in your care. Keep them isolated. Don't think because you've got one cage you can put them in the one, even if it's a big cage. Don't do it. That's the point I wanted to get across. Just keep them separated. But biosecurity risks these days are very real, so be careful. Ariel, I think we've sort of covered off on most of your research. When do you have to be complete, and then do you defend in New Zealand at University of Auckland? Will you have to defend your PhD?
Oh yes, I'll defend
the public grilling.
I'll defend that with my might. Yeah. I've got another year and a bit to go. Yes, a year and a half, I believe. Yes, and then once I submit it, I'll wait for the reviewers and the markers to get back, and then we'll defend it. Yeah.
So, basically, end of 2023 is when you'd be looking at completing, having all your revisions and everything done, and then you would be expecting to become Dr. Ariel in maybe early to mid 2024. Is that the timetable?
Yes, it's kind of very, very scary prospect, but yes.
The point of drawing out the timetable for everyone, if you're unfamiliar with the kind of guests that we have on the show generally, it's a long commitment to do this kind of work. You've generally done a master's, which might be a 2-year project after your 3 or 4 year undergrad, and then you're embarking on a 3 or 4 year process for your PhD. So you've got to like seabirds, don't you?
Oh, I love seabirds. I'll never stop loving them.
That's great. Ariel, I always ask my guests a series of questions to work out where on the spectrum, the bird nerd spectrum, you belong. So let's get into those.
Okay.
Are you a general bird nerd or are you a strictly seabird nerd?
I would say general, probably, but more seabird.
Okay,
In that way, yeah. Midway.
So do you keep a list? Like, are you a twitcher or a list checker?
I wouldn't say I'm a twitcher, but I definitely have like a list of like which birds like I want to, especially seabirds, more seabirds, which I want to keep an eye out for.
Well,
Yeah.
well, this starts to place you somewhere on the spectrum. Do you know your number?
The number of birds?
Yeah. Do you know your number on your list? How many?
Oh, yeah, there's about probably about a good 10 to 20 species. Yeah.
So your answer is not really, because some people will go 410, 352.
I mean, for seabirds, there's really only 300 species, but the ones I'm interested in are the New Zealand ones I want to see. There are some ones, especially on Kermadex.
So when we say that you maintain a list, that's a very loose terminology for you, because as we determined before we went live, you've lived in various countries, you've seen birds from many parts of the world, but you haven't been keeping a list of everything you've seen. So you're way down one end of it. If we were just talking seabirds, you are compulsive, but when we're talking general bird nerdiness, you're pretty far up one end of the spectrum, I think, yes. Ariel. Okay, so what's the field guide that you use when you're out spotting birds?
Oh, I use there's a hierarchy golf one for seabirds. Often I use that one, and also with shorebirds as well. There's some those field guides, and yeah, because that's the main ones. Yeah.
So you don't have like a general birds of New Zealand one that you're always referring to?
I do have that one. That's like, but like for this specific ones, I go to the like little maps and yes, that's that one.
So when you're out, well, let's talk about where you like to go bird watching. Where is your favourite? I call it your favourite haunt in your patch.
Oh, there is a little there's actually a little park which I go to down. It's off usually I just go on hikes, but the one which I like to go to because I see some birds there is it's close to my place in Auckland, and it's called Waikowhai. And often I used to just go on, especially during lockdown, I used to go to that place a lot, and it's just a lovely place because I often hear tuis around, fantails just hopping around, and it's just a great space. And also what else? There's another place which I go. I can't remember. But yeah, that was the main park which I like to go to. It's close by, and also it's one of the it's a very remnant of the coastal forest before pre-humans, and so it's got some lovely birds hopping around there, and it's really lovely.
I don't know where
Also
the
got some
turn-off
seabirds
is.
as well.
I don't know where the turn-off is for that park. I haven't seen it on motorway patrol. So.
Yeah.
Ariel, what's your bucket list location? Where do you want to go to check out birds?
I want to go to the Kermadec and the Chatham Islands.
Ah,
I want to see those birds there.
okay, so what's the bucket list bird? What's the one that's at the top of your I really want to see it list?
I really want to see. There's a Kermadec storm petrel, and it's I believe it's recently just been classified as its own species, I believe. But yeah, they breed out in the Kermadecs, and I would really like to see that.
And have you got we didn't talk about it as part of the main interview, but is there a location that you've been to apart from the park we were just talking about that you've really loved being at so far and seeing birds?
Oh, there's actually did a hike there, a trail there. There's actually a couple of locations. One of them is off near close to Thames, and they're called the Pinnacles, and I've just loved on that hike. You see a bunch of tomtits and omeromero and bellbirds as well, which have been lovely. Also, there's an island called Tirishiri Matangi, which is close by, and seen a lot of saddlebacks, quails. Also, you can see a lot of common diving petrels and grey-faced petrels there as well. And yeah, that's another lovely place to go see birds, and it's close by to Auckland as well. So it's a good trip to go to. Yeah.
Very cool. You've got so many great locations to see concentrations of birds there. So really cool. Here's the tough one. What's the best bird?
In my opinion, or like
Open-ended question there for you, Ariel.
oof. I couldn't say which is the best bird, but one of my favorite land birds or terrestrial birds would be the kokako. It has like a little blue wattle, and they've got really long legs, and they're often seen on Little Barrier, just hopping around and foraging on the ground. But they've also got a really lovely bell-style call, and it's just a lovely call to hear as it resonates. And those are pretty cool birds. I got to also admire the tui, because of its wonderful acrobatics it does, and also how it has the ability to be like a gymnast and just like hang upside down on the branches, just do all these little contortion movements to get to its nectar and its flowers. And yeah, those two probably one of my favorite ones. And also the tui is not scared and is to put up a fight as well. Like it's not scared, so that I like those ones. Yeah.
The kokako is North Island and South Island species. So which one's the best?
Ooh. Well, the South Island one is not many people have seen the South Island. Not many people have seen the South Island one because they believe
That's the one that was
that
was rediscovered, wasn't it? Yeah, that was
rediscovered. Yeah, it was extinct and rediscovered. Yeah, I probably will still stick with the North Island one. Yeah.
Okay.
It's probably because I've seen those ones.
Well, I can't let you escape when you've said seabirds are the best and your favourite. What's the best seabird?
Oh, the best seabird. North Pacific has some really cool, funky seabirds. Probably the one which I though admire would be there's a little in this is in New Zealand, but also these can be found around the Pacific. Is a diving petrel. There's different species of diving petrel, but the one which I more associate and with would be the common diving petrel, and it's just because they have really interesting morphology with their in terms of their brain structure, and their nasal cavity is just really different to the other seabirds, which allows them to dive up to 80 meters plus for their food. And they've also got like little blue feet, and it's just honestly they're really incredible birds, and they're quite robust and chunky. They often can be referred to as a flying penguin because they can resemble a little penguin. And so I do like those birds because like their brain structures are just so different. It's very incredible. But yeah.
They remind me of the guillemot
Yes.
a lot, the northern
Yeah.
hemisphere bird. Okay, well, I think I just put your website up again so people can go there. I have to put in my plug. If you are not subscribed to the Bird Emergency on YouTube, you just please do. Trying to get 500 subscribers first, because then we can have the community tab and I can put out other information and whatnot. Just makes it better. So help me out with that. thebirdemergency.com/YouTube will take you there. Shameless plug time as well, Ariel. Your Twitter handle, you can say it for the podcast listeners.
Yes, it's just at Ariel Heswall. So that's at ARIEL HESWALL. That's yeah.
Very, very, very good. All the Cook's Petrel community are really mad at you for not nominating the best bird of being the Cook's Petrel. But if you're listening and it's October-ish time, Bird of the Year, that's going to be birdoftheyear.org, I think you said, was the website.
Yes.
I'm sure you'll be able to find your way there from forestandbird.org.nz. I want to highlight Echo Lights for Seabirds.weebly.com. I'll set a link up again for that to check out the great work that the team there are doing. And I'll also link to the University of Auckland page with their little wrap-up of some plastic pollution research, bags, balloons, as well as hard plastics that they have been focusing on, and also some Australian research. So lots to chase up there. Ariel, last shameless plug for me. If you like the show, guess what? The Bird Emergency is kind of what I do. buymeacoffee.com/birdemergency or thebirdemergency.com/coffee if you find it hard to remember things. Ariel, been great to meet you. Great work you're doing on Twitter. That's obviously how I found out about what you're doing, because I'm not seeing the New Zealand media. Keep up the good work. Good luck with the PhD studies. We're looking forward to maybe speaking with you again a little bit down the track, and I hope I'll be able to say it's Dr. Ariel joining us this time.
That would be great. But thank you so much. Yeah.
It's been a pleasure. Thanks for everyone who has been watching, and to those of you listening, do subscribe to the podcast feed. Do check out thebirdemergency.com on all the general socials. birdemergency.com/Facebook, birdemergency.com/Twitch, and, of course, thebirdemergency.com at YouTube. Ariel, this has been The Bird Emergency. Thank you for joining us. I'm Grant Williams. I'm a bird nerd. That's Ariel Heswall. She's a seabird nerd. Thanks for joining us. Bye for now.
Thank you.
Hello. There we go. Made it. Done. Amazing. Amazing. Well, I hope you enjoyed that. Yeah, gee, we've been at it a while today, haven't we? I learned. I forgot how much great stuff David Tan had put out there, and Ariel. I'm really looking forward to following up with Ariel and seeing where the next part of her results and the analysis of her data has got her. I'm really looking forward. I've got invitations going out now, and Saturday I want to try and do regular sort of group panels for Seabird Saturday. The times will vary because of all the time zones, but that's what I'd like to do. So we'll get Ariel back and have her teamed up with a few of the other New Zealand seabird specialists and people from all over the world. We have to talk puffins. And World Albatross Day is coming up on the 4th of February. So I'm in the process of reaching out to albatross people at the moment. So hopefully I'll be having live albatross people very soon in the lead up to World Albatross Day. And I'll try and integrate HookPod into that as well. So, yeah, hopefully people are back and up on deck and ready to go. If I can't get live people, I'll run recordings. Anyway, thanks for joining me. You saw the plugs at the back of that video. I did well, didn't I? In the interview with Ariel, which I think I had to get up pretty early to do that one. I think was because they were a few hours ahead. And I happened to be wearing this and had the same backdrop up. I didn't do that on purpose, so that was a bit crazy. Anyway, enjoyed spending the day with you. It's crazy. I'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to do the Adrift Lab. You saw that little video clip. You can get the whole story from the Adrift Lab tomorrow, and I think it'll be Ariape mannequin. I'll update. It'll either be Ariape mannequin or perhaps loons or cowbirds. I haven't decided. I might flip a coin. I'm going with Ariape mannequin. I'm going to tip. Anyway, cheers. I'm Grant. I'm a bird nerd. Follow me on Mastodon. Mastodon's cool. Twitter's a disaster at the moment. See ya.